Good morning again. All right, we want to get started here. It's at about almost 9:30. What we're going to do to get going is we'll start in a good way. Uh, we will have the opening ceremonies with the drum, and also we'll have opening prayers. And then following that, we will have welcoming remarks. The first one will be from Chief Judy Desmolin, Chief of Long Lake 58. And then we will have the President of the Board, Rosemary Munoz. I just want to remind everyone this day one is it's going to be dealing with the corporate matters. It's something that we have done in the past years. So that's for today. So we'll get going, and if everyone is about ready to go, we will on. Can we have your attention, please? We will have the opening drum first, and then the opening prayers. Okay, whenever you're ready, walking bear is the. And we all rise, please. Miigwech walking drum. Veronica, Houston, UCA.
Bonjour. Ndin zoki bene sequendish nikas. Makade misquades kichita. When the gokan manito muito kak. Nikisin indo dem. Ito. Owe tiki wab the bang. Nogum gagi gishkak. Migrets tinashem nito amade kim so diang amade. Jinok hitwoga. Wedyuk. De mad ziad. Pino jinshak. Ashkik mad ziad ke. Migrets tinashem nito. Winsa don kangegon amade. King. Kangegon domin kanan jip mad ziyang. We didn't be. We siag. Igons minan kinakon sago. Mumin kanan amade. Si abjetoyang. Amade dash. Iyang. Kurzbender. Shomsnanik nokmasnanik amade jipi pinkead. We dokpoyang amade. We bag ika the what. Do we dokwawan. Winwa. The amyan. We doko. We don't change the gift. Kami coin mananik. Is it mad siad? Is it mad siyang nongam? We just shinam. Is it mad siad ke? Adod mawad iade. We just shinam. Shom sananik nokmastanik. Kananak the wain manan. Uede. Nishnabe kwe. Gan put wede. Inok me. Shem the door to pink the night is gone. Meet me de awin mina. Awin mina the Wisconsin. Tabno one good was the way the is gone. Miigwech just na. Kina amade gibi shawat. This God biyang ama. Jitam no yang. Mina. Miigwech dina. Shame nido. Mishom sananik. Nokpes nanik. Amade gibi ayad. Mia.
Miigwech, can you remain have
A little while ago, we lost a lot of people last few weeks. Kadok Bing lost somebody. We lost somebody 58. I was wondering if we miigwech. And then do then was the card. My clan is a Thunderbird, whole playing OG. It was a good, I honored the drum. Make me feel real good, my spirit. When we get invited to say the open prayer, we do that before we come. Last Sunday, I smoked my pipe for the meeting for like 3 days. So things don't happen right away. We do that at home. We made an offering. I had to offer my prayer for the people, especially the one we lost. Mashom Sanan, Bishayo, Amande, the widow question. My uncle said every time you pray for the Creator. Thank the Creator for all the things we have. And we pray for the mother of the earth. They say everybody has a spirit. The trees have a spirit, the rocks, the earth, and the sea. Even the drum has a spirit. Each one of us, we have a spirit. And we go to the east. Michael said that's where the fire is. So I asked the fire to open our hearts, open our minds, open our spirit. So, Norden, that's where the south is. That's where the water is. The water maybe purify our minds, our spirit, our community. We go to the west. That's where the women are. They teach our children how to dance, how to do it. And we go to the north. That's where our spirits are. Our happy spirits. And that's where our medicines are. We go to Pashopsanan, Zagishan, we do Krishnan, Zagishan. I pray that we have an open mind, open spirit, so we can help each other, help our communities. It's really nice to see our friends again. You know, sometimes Mashopsanan, Big Wedge, we all shout to say, Big Wedge.
Okay, guys, you can all have a seat. What we're going to do next is we have, get some welcoming remarks from our Long Lake 58 First Nation Chief, Chief Desmoulin.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm way over here under my sign. So I really welcome you all to our community of Long Lake 58 First Nation, and those of you who are being accommodated here in the area. I hope you've been comfortable, but I'm sure you'll let Vivian or Dorothy know if things aren't too comfortable wherever you are. So I'd like to also welcome our elders from our own community. We invited them to sit in these 3 days and come and hear all the awesome things that we are doing as Matawa Tribal Council. I know there's a lot to do, and we've come a long way. I'd like to acknowledge also the former chiefs, our late Marlo Wesley and our late Sidney Abraham. Those two chiefs in the past, we did a lot to make Matawa happen as well. And I'm always honored to be in the same room as our former chiefs, Alan and Veronica. We all need to continue to work together to make our communities better. And so I welcome each and every chief that was able to come, every woman, every youth, our elders, the official elders as well as the other elders that were able to make it, and the Matawa staff, and led by David Paul. Want to thank you so much for all the work that you do. All the advocating, all the programming that happens. We can only do so much in our communities, but with the tribal council like we have in Thunder Bay, so many of our other members are able to get served through them as well. So I want to give thanks for that. We just finished, we had a youth, I guess we called it a treatment program. We had a youth treatment program for 10 days, and they all came home on Sunday, just this past Sunday. But spending those days with our youth really gave us more insight in how we need to continue to help our communities heal. They sure let us know a lot. We think we know our kids when we see them on the streets, when we pass by them, when they attend programs. But when you get to really know them on an intimate basis, and how they're able to share a lot of things that we don't see when we pass by them on the streets. It's amazing how resilient our people are. Those of us who are older, the resiliency that we've had to have to make it this far. But it's amazing to see how resilient our youth are as well, because I think they're going through even more than we had to go through. And it's truly amazing. And again, we talked about the word resilient, and that's still, we're still able to stand, get up out of bed every day, even though there's so much going on, even though there's so much happening. The place where we're at, our kids were met with a lot of racism just within the facility we were in, and so we were able to talk through that and work through that. So again, our youth are really important, and it's really good that we have them sitting around the table with us as well. And again, lots of our youth that you see around helping out. Again, those are our future leaders, our future helpers. And tomorrow when we do our other opening to start the other parts of the business, we'll have some of our youth attending and speaking as well. So I just want to leave it at that. So welcome everybody. Just let us know how we can make your stay even better as we go along. And yeah, so we just welcome you once again. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Desmoulin. As mentioned, this is corporate, we're dealing with corporate business today. So we have Matawa First Nations Management President at the board, Rosemary Munoz. She's from Council Slate.
Good morning, delegates, women, elders, youth, and community members. My colleagues on the Matawa Board of Directors, the Matawa Chiefs Council, and those listening online on the live stream, I would like to welcome you to the Matawa First Nation Management 35th Annual General Meeting taking place along the beautiful shores of Long Lake. My name is Rosemary Munoz. I have ties to both Constance Lake First Nation and Martin Falls First Nation. I was elected this past September as the president of the board. It's been a very productive year and a wonderful learning experience for me. I'm very pleased to be here to be part of the welcome protocols for our corporate business meeting today. I would like to start by asking my colleagues on the Matawa Board of Directors to stand up and introduce themselves to the Assembly.
Good morning. Robert Munoz, Board of Director for Martin Falls First Nation. Miigwech.
Good morning. My name is Charlie O'Keefe from Matawa. morning, Roy Stenson, Welfare First Nation Board of Directors.
Morning. Name is Peter Monias. Just being appointed as board director from the Shikanaga First Nation. Miigwech.
Hello, good morning. My name is Stanley Oskinish for Nibenamik. I'm a board of director.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Robinson Mashaki, Board of Director member for the Ireland First Nation.
Good morning. Lisa Eacham, Board of Director.
Thank you to the members of the board. I have been very fortunate to have worked alongside them this past year. Some have been on the board for many years and have a lot of knowledge to share. I would like to acknowledge the kind prayers spoken for this special occasion. I would also like to acknowledge the drum walking bear and the singers who rendered the opening song. As guests and visitors to this community and area, I would like to acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people. It is my understanding that although Long Lake 58 First Nation is within the boundaries of the Robinson Superiority Treaty of 1850, they take a certain position on whether or not they were a party to it back then. I also understand that many people in this area have close kinships to families in the surrounding communities like Ganugaming, Aralan, and Constance Lake First Nation. Although we will be conducting business and hearing corporate reports from the Matawa program managers today, our AGMs have always been about strengthening our relationship with each other as communities. Just like a long time ago before we lived on reserves, when visiting used to take place at certain times of year, we are continuing that important tradition today in the 21st century, traveling in a different way. Of paramount importance is remembering and continuing who we are before the treaties and continuing our strong responsibilities to future generations, ancestral homelands, and natural resources. I understand that tomorrow and Thursday, our chiefs will have those kinds of discussions, and I look forward to listening and participating. As Board of Directors, it is always important for us to be close to the pulse of our leaders and community members and to be knowledgeable on issues that affect us. Before I end my remarks, I would be remiss not to acknowledge the Matawa First Nations management leadership, administration, and staff who work hard to serve our people all year and who put wonderful, productive annual general meetings together for us. In conclusion, I would like to thank you all for making the time to be here, and I wish you all every success and blessings over the next 3 days. Thank you.
Miigwech, Rosemary. Now it's my duty and pleasure to introduce a resolution to accept the chairperson and the co-chairperson for the next 3 days. So I do have a resolution here, but I do wanted to introduce them first. Gideon Winters, you want to come in and for now, so everybody will see you. And Pete Aben. Yep. Okay, so I'm going to read out the resolution, and then I'm going to need a mover and a seconder. Okay, resolution number 1. Be it resolved that the delegates of the 35th Annual General Meeting of Matawa First Nations Management hereby recognize and accepts Gideon Winters as the chairperson and Pete Aben Desmoulin as the co-chairperson for the 35th Annual General Meeting dated July 25, 26, and 27, 2023. Can I have a mover, please? Chief Rick Allen, seconder, please. Okay. Robinson Shaki, Board of Directors from Maryland. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone against? No abstentions? Okay, come on up there, chair and co-chairpersons. I'm gonna forever shut up for a bit here. Ambe. Okay, Yvette? Okay, first order of business is we're going to do introductions as we've done in the past. We're going to do our introductions around the table, and then we get the chair and the co-chairs to start the meeting. Here. You want to introduce yourself first?
Good morning. My name is Gideon Winter. I'm originally from Kingfisher. I moved to Webequie, which is home now, nearly 3 years ago. I first was asked to chair this meetings as chiefs meetings, or whether if they have a meeting elsewhere, last year, I believe, when Chief Cornelius Mavas called me. And I was fairly new to the community. He didn't know my phone number, but he still called me. And he asked me if I could come into his office, and I did. And I was wondering deep down my thoughts and what kind of trouble I was in. And I did go to his office, and he told me that he had an opportunity for me to chair or co-chair. First it was co-chair, and I did accept to be a co-chair. And a few days later, he called me back telling me I was the the chair. And since then, I've been invited by the Matawa group to come and chair their meetings every so often. And it's been a privilege, and I took a leave for about 6 months, and it's great to be back. I totally missed being around our leaders, our representatives that are surrounding us around the table, the community members. And I welcome you all, chiefs, and it is great to be back. I missed you guys.
Hello? Oh, there. Aning, Bojo, Bidavan Desmolan and Dishnakas, Long Lake 58 Mendonji. I'm honored and privileged to be requested to co-chair. This is my community, and I'm happy to see everybody here around the table, the chiefs, delegates. I got to see some family members last night, and I got to see some more family members today. Of course, my Matawa family. It's nice to see everybody here. I had worked at Matawa for a number of years in different capacities, so it's really nice to reconnect with everybody again here. And of course, our leaders as well. So, Miigwech, looking forward to the next 3 days. They're going to be very busy, jam-packed. And yeah, Miigwech for having me, and I'm very honored to be here. Thank you.
You rich, everyone. So what we're going to do is I'll ask that each person to introduce themselves, their name, what community they're from, and what position they hold here at this meeting. So we don't want to get into speeches right now, so we can do that later.
Good morning. My name is Peter Munias. I'm from the Ishkanaga First Nation. I've been appointed as a board of director. I've been an elder before. I've been an advisor to the community. And today I'm a board of director. Miigwech.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Tristan. I'm from the Ishkanaga First Nation, and I'm a youth rep This is my second time being as youth rep.
Bonjour, my name is Edward Wabas, Elder in Iwina First Nation.
Bonjour, good morning. My name is Stanley Oskanish, Nibinamak, Donji.
Bonjour, good morning everyone. Ogumachi Nijnikas from Name Dotem. Michael Sugarhead. I'm Ogumakan of Nibinamak First Nation. Migach.
Brittany. Hello, bonjour. My name is Joan Schnappes. I'm from Nibinamak. I'm a woman's rep, and alongside me is our youth rep, Brittany Schnappes.
Hello, good morning everybody. My name is Tyrell Gagnon from Airline First Nation, and I come as a youth representative.
Good morning. Robinson Mashaki, Board of Director for the Airline First Nation.
Good morning, Marilyn Kashkish from Airline First Nation, and I'm the women's rep.
Hello, I'm Sheridan Gagnon from Airline First Nation, and I'm one of the youth representatives.
Good morning. My name is Eunice McGiskin. I'm from Airline First Nations. I'm here for the K-Kids rep.
Good morning. My name is Chad Kashkish. I'm here as the corporate rep today.
Good morning. Glenda Mashaki, Elder Rep, Airline First Nation.
Anna Marie McGiskin, Women's Rep, Airline.
Good morning, everybody. It's good to be here. I'd like to welcome you all. I'm Chief Dorothy Tweedo from Airline First Nation.
Good morning, everybody. Bonjour. I'm Chief Taylor from Kinigamine First Nation. Glad to be here with you all.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Debbie Charles. I'm from Ganugaming First Nation. I'm here as a woman's rep. Miigwech.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victor Jappies. Wapiko Naigan is in Kasnin. I'm an elder from Ganugaming.
I'm Trenton McGuire, and I'm a youth representative from Ganugaming First Nation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Talon Shabegbo. I'm a youth representative of Ganugaming First Nation.
Wache. My name is Sarah Sutherland. I am from Constance Lake First Nation, and this is my first AGM, so I'm very flattered. Chief Rick invited me, so I'm very excited also. Miigwech.
Good morning. My name is Stanley Stephen. I'm an elder from Constance Lake. As I came here this morning, I saw a lot of people that I met before when I was involved with politics. I'm glad to see them. I don't know if they recognize me, but it's hard to recognize anybody that you haven't seen for a long time. But when you start talking to them, you realize who that person is. And for that, I am grateful. I am grateful to be here this morning and to meet my old colleagues and my friends.
Mingret, I'm representing Council Lake First Nation. Mingret, good morning.
Good morning, Chief Allen, Chief of Constance Lake First Nation.
I'm Carly John George, and I'm from Constance Lake representing the youth.
Rosemary Muniz, Constance Lake, President, Matawa Board of Directors.
Good morning, Robert Muniz, Board of Director for Matawa.
Good morning, Bruce Atsnipaneskim, Chief Barton Falls.
I'm Paul Atsnipaneskim from Martin Falls, council member. Congrats.
Good morning. My name is Chelsea Atsnipaneskim. I'm women's rep for Martin Falls and youth rep with my daughter, Everly. Thank you.
Bonjour, good morning to Nawaga. I acknowledge the chiefs, Matawa First Nation. My name is Bill Shwanamash. I'm the elder for Abington First Nation.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Charlie O'Keefe from Edmonton, Board of Director.
Good morning. Selena Wabash, Babakwe First Nation.
Morning, my name is Roy Smith, Board of Director.
Good morning, Cornelius Wabans, Babakwe First Nation Chief. Thanks.
Good morning, my name is George, Babakwe First Nation. White.
Good morning. I'm Chad Buswell Desmoulin, and I'm youth representative from Long Lake 58 First Nation.
I'm Carla Kautas. I'm the women's representative for Long Lake 58.
Good morning again. Chief Judy Desmoulin, Long Lake 58 First Nation. And I just laughed at Peter when he was commenting. So many of us get recycled in this lifetime. So you're not the only one, Peter.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Shvegbo Taugisik. I'm just a 58 elder.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Frank Van Abigan, Board Director for Long Lake 58.
Okay, we watch everyone. What we're going to
Before we get to the acceptance of voting members, to my left where the fridge is, that's where all the washrooms would be. If you need to go to the washroom, feel free to go to the washroom. And throughout this morning, there'll be a representative, Francine Pellerin, giving out tickets from the Health Social Minneapolis, and there'll be a draw at the end of the day.
Well, I should mention for Edmonton, Chief Saul Adlocan is, as you know, they were evacuated. So he's very busy and he's with his people in Thunder Bay. So he sends his regrets, and Charlie here would be our representative for the Edmonton. Okay, go ahead, Chair.
We're going to the resolution 2032, and number 2, acceptance of the appointed corporate members. You may have the paper in front of you or by the binders. Be it resolved that the delegates of the 35th Annual General Meeting of Matawa First Nations management hereby recognize and accept the appointed Board of Directors and the corporate members for Matawa First Nations management for the 2023-2024 membership as follows. Aeroland. Board of Directors, Robinson Mashaki, Chad Kashkis, Constance Lake, Rosemary Muniz, Chief Rick Allen, Abmatung, Charlie O'Keefe, Gunagaming, Lisa Eacham, Chief Jerry Taylor, Long Lake 58, Frank Hunabagong, Chief Judy Desmolin, Martin Falls, Robert Muniz, Chief Bruce Achpaniscum, Mishkandaga, Peter Muniz, Nibanamic, Stanley Oskanigas, Ugamakan Sugarhead, Webequig, Roy Muniz, Roy Spence, Chief Cornelius Wabas. And we need a mover. Chief Judy Desmolin, a seconder. Chief Dorothy Toledo. Are there any abstentions? I see none. Motion's carried. Thank you.
Hi. Oh, there we are. Okay, so just going through the agenda, and then we can make a motion to accept it thereafter. So we have 10 a.m. health break. Start from, very beginning. Okay, breakfast provided, registration, opening prayers, Christian traditional and opening drum, welcoming remarks, introductions, acceptance of voting members, review and acceptance of agenda, review and acceptance of the 2022 AGM draft meeting minutes, going into health break, annual reports for Matawa. Go through them? Okay. So we have Matawa First Nations Management, Awashishawayan Social Services Framework, Robin Halyuk, Economic Development, Jonathan Negan, Education, Stephanie Rich, Four Rivers Environmental Services, Sarah Cockerton, Matawa Health Co-op, Francis Wesley. Then we'll break for lunch at 12. 1 p.m. thereafter is the annual reports for Matawa, continued. Health and Social, Mino Bamadswin, Francine Pellerin. Rapid Links, Wayne Slipperjack. Technical Services, Savario Rizzo. Resolution is going to be required there. At 2:45, we're going to have our health break. At 3 p.m., presentation of the annual reports for Kikinomage, Kikenjagewin Employment and Training Services. Welcoming remarks, Ron Wesley, President, Kikinomage, Kikenjagewin Employment and Training Services. Dave Negan, Executive Director for KCETS. Then we move forward to the annual reports for Kikinomage, Kikenjagewin Employment and Training Services. Under those services, we have the Adult Learning Literacy and Essential Skills Program, also known as LS, by Tracy Willoughby. Harvesters Support Grant by Tracy Willoughby. Indigenous Skills and Employment Training, ISET, Roxanne Shepway-Kizik. KCETS Adult Education Program, Una Pettin. Apprenticeship Program, Dave Negan. Discovery House, Dave Negan. Research and Development, Dave Negan. And there's going to be a resolution that's going to be required for that. PM, we have the financial audit reports. Presentation of auditor's report and consolidated financial statements, year ending March 31st, 2023. Preliminary reports done by Neil Miller. Those reports will cover Matawa First Nations Management, Achieving the Dream Through Education, Four Rivers Inc., Gathering of Rivers for Community Care, Kikinomage, Kikenjagewin Employment and Training Services, Matawa Development Corporation, GP Inc., Matawa First Nations Property Inc., Matawa Health Cooperative Inc., Matawa Nonprofit Housing Corporation, Matawa Training and Wellness Center, Rapid Links Telecommunications, GP Inc. And there's going to be a resolution required for that. Finally, we get down to 5 p.m., hopefully 5 p.m. Next annual general meeting is in Niskandaga, ready to be, or potentially in Niskandaga First Nation, July 30th to the 31st and August 1st of 2024. There will be a resolution required for that as well. And then we have closing prayers and our drum group with adjournment. Matawa First Nations Management Board of Director meeting to follow immediately after adjournment. So y'all not done yet for elections of Executive Board of Directors.
We're going to go ahead and review an acceptance of the 2022 AGM draft meeting minutes.
Do we have a review and acceptance of the agenda? Draft tabs are number 3, sorry.
Draft tabs are at number 3. Number 3.
Yeah. So resolution 2023, number 3, acceptance of the 35th Annual General Meeting Corporate Agenda. Be it resolved that the delegates of the 35th Annual General Meeting of Matawa First Nations Management hereby accepts the corporate agenda as presented for the Annual General Meeting of Matawa First Nations Management. Moved by, do we have a mover? Rob Munoz of Martin Falls First Nation. Do we have a seconder? Robinson Mashaki of Airland First Nations. Any abstentions? All in favor? All right. Motion carried. Miigwech.
Resolution 2023, number 4, acceptance of the 2022 Annual General Meeting minutes. Be it resolved that the delegates of the 35th Annual General Meeting of Matawa First Nations Management hereby accept in principle the 2022 Annual General Meeting minutes as presented. Can I get a mover? Chief Desmond. Seconded. A seconder. Are there any abstentions? Oh, the seconder is Roy Spence, Webequie First Nation. Any abstentions? All in favor? Motion's carried. We're going to go for a health 10-minute break. We'll reconvene in 10 minutes. So take a break, go stretch out your legs. We'll reconvene in 10 minutes, 10:30.
We never dealt with that. You know that, what's his name, that guy, Kikes. You know, because the Maganavan, that, about Wesley, he's on the board. I think he is the president of the board. Or something. That's true, help him.
Yeah.
So we never dealt with that because I don't know.
Nails and all that.
Huh?
Some nails.
Yeah. I don't know. You're supposed to get another report again. Hi.
Robert was a constable at Fort and he arrested the other They asked him, what's your name? He says, Robert Moya. Don't get smart. Sorry, Albert Robert. What's your name? Robert Moya. He said, don't get smart.
No, good. Took me a while to adjust the air conditioning. I didn't want to get that too cold or anything. Yeah. Hello, Peter. Now you're going to get proxy letter passing. And then to quit service if I can you can take a guitar. Are you a member of Nescandica? Yeah. You a member of Matawa? Yeah. Well, there is no reason for you to talk anytime you want. So, cool.
I also have, so they're talking about all of this. They're talking about all of the corporate business that needs to happen.
Yeah.
How does that fit with meeting with Gary?
Huh? Well, I'm gonna go there, I guess. Because what is the agenda look?
Well, they just went over it, like all the
Yeah, it's only,
corporate presentations and things.
yeah.
So
guess in the other room.
Oh,
Yeah, we're gonna be,
okay. Okay, so on this, I did have some points for meeting with Fury.
Hello? Huh? No. Oh, I must have pressed something. Where are you? Oh, okay. Long line. Huh? So, today, the meeting started today on the water. Huh? Oh, Thursday. Huh? Where? Huh? Mama? Oh, the staff. Staff picked us up that. Okay, what's happening over there? Nothing. Oh, yeah. Okay, all right. I get it.
No matter what anyone else says to Fury, these are some points that I put together based on, because you have your own relationship with him.
Yeah.
Now, we're probably not going to be able to do much about your own relationship table here with him today. One of the things that he said, his staff, is they committed to meet with you in June, but that didn't happen. So they were supposed to meet with you in council this June in Thunder Bay. That just kind of fell apart in there, and I was talking with their chief of staff. How much we they were trying to set that up. But they just stopped talking about it once we sent them that letter about Argo Gold. So you need to start with something like that with him to say, listen, we have a relationship table, but it seems like you're not willing to talk about some of the important parts of the relationship. And we don't have to get into all the details of Argo Gold, but the thing that we need, but all the nations need.
It is 10:30. If we could come back in and start heading back to our seats, we'll start in a few minutes.
So we need to have something that relieves some of the pressure now. And one of the things that we talked about is that he said that he wanted the Building More Mines Act. It makes him have a role.
Be mindful of the draw at the end of the day by Health Social Minimum. You will be given a ticket throughout the day from Francine Pellerin. And the washrooms are by the fridge to my left. Kitchen snacks are back there. Coffee. There's water and soft drinks in the fridge as well. And if we could all start coming back in, please. And at lunch, Dorothy back there will be distributing checks
I need something.
at lunchtime.
Mac, yeah.
So we'll go see her at lunch when we break for lunch.
Okay. Like a granola bar? I don't know what they have.
Yeah, okay.
I'll get you something.
I wonder where those, there must be ticket, board must be meeting someplace.
Just me. You guys are so busy with the insurance principle and everything just taking off. It's like, yeah, no. And Michelle's on AL right now. Or not AL. It's me. All good.
to set up the chairs for the elderly, but right now they're there.
Little
Yeah.
something.
If they're too hot, the room is air conditioned. Yeah.
Good Oreo
Nice and
cookies.
cool,
huh?
yeah.
You want some, Bill?
For some of So through those doors back there, we have an air conditioning room there. And our outside door will be closed so we can have some cold air coming in. Kies van samen bezig weet het. Men ja tak ja weet ne ke kai no hige Uta na weet. Weet ke washroom gaat is sikna ek weet ke ne bine awan siwa bon ni mo tak sit gonna guy tek. Weet ke uta na mi weet ke naman pagi usakam ban huyan. Chipsan minchan kamen skare magakkan michman. So if we could have us go back to our seats and we'll start in 2 minutes. So if you elders are hot, go through those doors, go have some fresh cold air back there. It's getting hot in here.
I like it.
That's fine.
Oh, all right. I want my check now, can I tell you that? I want my check now.
So again, if you're hot, there's an elder's room back there where it's air conditioned. If you want to take a few minutes to go sit around there, and we'll be closing the main door, so it won't get too stuffy here. And again, it's great to be back here, so we're going to start. If we could quiet down, please. Okay, the voting delegates for today's corporate business are Robinson Mashaki, Chad Kashkas, Rosemary Munias, Chief Rick Allen, Charlie O'Keefe, Lisa Eacham, Chief Sherry Taylor, Frank Unabagon, Chief Judy Desmolin, Rob our voting delegates for today's corporate business. And I'm going to turn things over to Gavin.
Okay, so you all got to stretch your legs a little and get something in your bellies and some coffee. We are going to move forward to the annual reports for Matawa. And the first one to start is Robin Haliuk of Awashish, Awashishek Wichihiwewen. Me go ahead. Okay, it's all yours, Robin.
Is this on? Yeah, okay. So thank you. I'm happy to be here and happy to share a lot of changes with the Washtiwijihiwewen program. So our program vision and mission remains the same. So healthy, strong, spiritual families together. Our mission, our children are a gift from the Creator. It is our sacred responsibility to protect, love, teach, and honor them. The Washtiwijihiwewen will support children and their families to restore family connection and unity. We will empower our children, families, parents, and communities by wrapping them in a blanket of love, care, trust, and support. We acknowledge and understand our family systems, and we are culturally based and rooted in a historic understanding of the Anishinaabe way of life. Just to give a highlight that we have expanded greatly, and I'll go into that a little bit more, but something that's really important when we take on new projects is to remain true to this vision and this mission. So what started out as initially a family support program or band rep program, formerly known as, we've expanded greatly. So we now have our Next Steps program, which is post-majority care, Jordan's Principle, our family transition units, and soon to start our Family Resource Center. Family transition units, they consist of 6 units. We're in the process of hiring staff. Our lead will be starting next Monday with support staff starting thereafter. It is ready for occupancy, and these are rent geared to income units. Families that will be joining us in these units must agree to the unit rules and must have children under 18 in their care. These are transitional units, so they can stay within the units for anywhere from 6 months to 2 years, hopefully stabilizing the family and transitioning them back into either market rent or more permanent housing. We do have a partnership with our District Social Services Administrative Board, and through that partnership, we'll be working with them to have staff come in, complete housing applications. Also, there's some top-ups for when the family transitions. If there are no rent geared to income units, they can take those top-ups with them and hopefully find market units. Our family support program, where we all started. Support when dealing with child welfare agencies, assistance in navigating the system, support for personal goals, connecting to other resources, life skills, housing advocacy, nutritional program, crisis counseling, referrals for additional supports that work towards family needs. The whole goal of our family support program, our band rep First Nation representative services, is to reduce the number of children in care. So we work hard to keep our families together and mitigate the risks that put families in child welfare's path. Our Next Steps program is post-majority care. So this is a program aimed at those children that at the time of reaching the age of majority are aging out of the child welfare system. So whether that's a kinship agreement, foster care, group home placement, this program aims to support the youth up to age, or including the age of 25 to a day before their 26th birthday. So it puts the needs of the First Nation youth aging out of care and young adults formerly in care at the center. Support services aim to support the safety and well-being of the youth and young adults. The goal is to provide wraparound support that meets the distinct needs of the youth and promotes and supports holistic positive outcomes. So this program just started probably in February, so it's relatively new. We have about 20 youth that are registered with the program. That being said, the parameters need to be that the youth are aging out of the care system. Jordan's Principle, this is our brand new program that started April 1st. We have, Jordan's Principle can be access to help families and communities provide child-first solutions and culturally appropriate supports and service. The Awashi Wijihiwewin, Jordan's principal, can assist in navigating the process, applying for funding, providing letters of support, and submitting products and service requests. One of the nice parts about our Jordan's Principal program is that they do carry a group application that allows them to do purchasing on behalf of the once approved Jordan's Principal application. Often with Jordan's Principal applications, they require receipt submissions, so we're able to do those purchases without families having to put that money out front and then reimbursed. It has been very busy. We have 5 Jordan's Principal navigators, as well as a case manager for more complex cases, and a program lead. One of our newest programs to be approved is our Family Resource Center. We will be having 2 early childhood educators that will work within the Matawa Training and Wellness Center in a family-friendly space that will offer respite care. So that would be short-term if somebody has an appointment, anything like that, they'd be able to access respite care for up to a maximum of 2 hours. Play groups, cultural activities, it becomes a neutral space for access visits. We do have an application for a playground to be included with this. It is at national. Now that we're in the Matawa Training and Wellness Center, we've been doing a lot more in-person programming, and I just really wanted to share some of the wonderful moments that we've had with our families over the last year, whether it was dog sledding and community kitchens and crafts. It's really nice to see our families engaged and getting involved. We've increased in-person family programming to daily during the week. We're offering Circle of Security parenting program on a regular rotation. We have cultural programs including beading, regalia making, land-based dog sledding experiences, life skills with community kitchens, team cooking, budgeting, berry picking, family engagement, so lots of fun activities like our back to school events, Christmas party, Easter lunch, Thanksgiving, our annual Christmas bags for families within our program. We've had the addition of our Next Steps program. We've also now have a budget officer and reception for our program. The big one that's important for staying true to what we've done, we've closed over 40 child welfare files this year. Completed and closed. Completed 40 housing applications and have secured housing for many. Have done 48 mental health referrals. So when we truly see that, we see the difference we're making. When families are connected and stable, it really makes a difference for our children. We did a mini family powwow this year. Our community kitchens are always well attended. Food insecurity is a real problem with the current costs of groceries and the economy. With shelter kind of taking precedence, our families are really utilizing the community kitchen program. March break, we did a wonderful different activities all week, whether from the creative to Science North, dog sledding, activities. Regalia making with our parents. We had done that prior to our mini powwow where the children were able to dance out, which was really lovely. Our back to school bonanza, there's David, Paul, and Vivian in the spinning. I don't think I'll ever forget that. That was a great event and always something that our families look forward to, where we, every child in our program's given their back to school supplies and excited to return to school and start the year off in a good way. I know, there's Vivian and David Paul. I still have the video if we wanted to play that. Yeah, during lunch. So challenges. So with this year's expansion, we've had limited space for increased staff and onboarding and training with so many new staff filling vacancies with qualified individuals. That's definitely been a challenge. Completing annual submissions rather than multi-year agreements. Because we fall under the CHRT ruling, some of our funding's through Jordan's Principles, some of it's through First Nations Child and Family Services. All of them require an annual submission, so that it's very cumbersome. Having now that we have 4 or 5 programs under us, that becomes quite a bit. We did lose our funding this year. Staff have stepped up to kind of help fill those gaps. The ongoing addiction crisis, that's a reality that's impacting our families across the board. Creating policies to reflect the growth and development of our growing and evolving environment. Limited availability of rent geared to income housing in the city of Thunder Bay, and the long wait lists. Currently, the wait list for rent geared to income housing in Thunder Bay is about 2 years plus. So our families are really struggling until they can get into those programs. A lack of childcare for families wishing to further education or return to work. I see that both within our families trying to go back to school, as well as my own staff that work hard every day. So some of our opportunities are having increased housing options with the opening of the family transition units. Very exciting. We hope to open within a couple of weeks. We had targeted for August 1st. We did have some delays in finding staff to fill those vacancies, but we're getting in the right direction. We hope to be in our permanent space with the construction completed at the training. Working with KCATs to connect our families with education, health cooperative to really make sure their physical needs are looked after. As we grow, we've implemented program leads to assist in the supervision and development of the program and restructured. So 4 years ago when we started, we had 4 staff. We are now close to 40. Development of the Family Resource Center, and we hope to eventually have 12 units designated in the Bertrand Court next year to assist with housing needs of our Next Steps program, which is youth aging out of care. For a lot of our youth, accessing affordable housing is really a challenge, specifically if they're on Ontario Works, which gives very minimal amounts for shelter allowance, or some of the aging out support programs. So we're excited to hopefully have one of the units at Bertrand Court, which is just below the Matawa Training and Wellness Center, that will be designated for those youth. And that is my update. There's a lot more information in the report, which I won't go into as much detail, but miigwech.
Thank you, Robin. Miigwech. For those of you that that can't follow the screen back here, most of the info being presented is on the program, so we can follow along there. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Thank you for that, Robin. Wonderful work. Next presentation is regarding economic development, and we have Mr. Jonathan Negan. The supporting pieces for the presentation is in your annual report program on page 82.
Sure to things. Okay, excellent. All right, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. The overview of the Economic Development Department. Oh, this? Oh, there we go. Okay. Is to work with our membership communities to promote and foster sustainable economic development through the delivery of quality information products, capacity building initiatives, and collaborative working projects throughout our region. We're going to be making a strong focus on infrastructure this time, community infrastructure. Department staff, there's myself and Brent Edwards. He's the energy workshop facilitator. This is our Matawa Economic Development Committee. So we do have a couple of vacancies. One from Constance Lake. It was, I think, Ernie Moore, who recently passed away. And we do have a vacancy in Yamatung, but all our other positions are there. Key priority areas. We'd like to concentrate on infrastructure assessment studies for each one of our communities, community engagement, renewable energy workshops, economic development conference, microgrid development with greenhouses, negotiating and financing. So we did submit a infrastructure assessment study to FedNor for Constance Lake. I've been working closely with Constance Lake Chief Ramona, that's Chief Rick now, to develop a blueprint for other communities to follow. We looked at, so this proposal was submitted, but it's going to be making a blueprint of what we can capture in the communities, making sure that we capture every opportunity. It's going to be in partnership with KESO and University of British Columbia. Yeah, just to see what the community wants, how we're going to do it, and there's like different projects that Constance Lake's already working on that we've been trying to make sure we capitalize on. Community engagement and workshops, capacity building training. So we have been in the communities with financial workshops. We're going to be doing a big concentration on board development, economic development board, corporation development. We do have funds for these projects, and all the communities. So basically, it's we've been working with Relay Education to look at these kids build solar panel cars, they build wind turbines. We're going to be concentrating on like microgrid development now as well. We just want to make sure that our youth are prepared for any projects that are coming up and moving forward, so they have an understanding. We're going to be doing financial literacy workshops, which is financial literacy workshops. Just with all the projects coming up, we have to make sure our people are prepared to handle the businesses. That's kind of the focus that we're going to be making on, like a big push on with business. Mining and business development workshops. So this is going to be done by KESO as well. So we'll be in communities fairly soon. We've already been to a few, but we're going to be moving forward. Supposed to say 2023, sorry. Economic Development Conference. We're going to be planning on holding one in North Bay, or Thunder Bay, sorry, in November 2023. It's to bring together experts, our partners, to provide updates to our chiefs and our communities. We also want to do a big focus on other First Nation communities that do have successful projects. We recently went to Saskatoon, and we looked at an Aboriginal community that had a strong forestry program as well as a biomass energy project. They're basically side by side, so they were able to capitalize and make sure that it was very efficient. We will be inviting Saskatchewan Power, Aboriginal Saskatchewan Power Authority to attend as well. So we want to show that these projects are already out there. Aboriginal communities are already doing them. It's stuff that we can easily do with right partners. And then bring everybody together so we can all discuss on future development and keep each other informed. This is one of the main projects that I'd like to make sure our communities take care of. So it's microgrid development. Work closely with our membership community to design and discuss the development of our microgrid systems with our carefully selected companies and government representatives that will work with Matawa First Nations management, and we'll concentrate on the following. So there's a system that we put together that we can actually move forward with as soon as possible. So we've done more of a business plan instead of trying to rely on government funding, because as we know, it slows down our process. So in this diagram, we have solar, we have combined heat and power generators, as well as a battery system and greenhouses. We basically just put it all in one program. We listened to the communities, what they wanted. So the greenhouses will be put at the schools for the students to monitor and maintain. They'll get a high school credit. Whatever they go, they can bring home, and whatever they don't bring home, they can sell to the community. Yeah, it's very efficient. Basically, we're capturing the heat as well. So it's going to be, the heat isn't just a free byproduct. So we'll be able to heat our schools, our van offices, our homes, because it's just a free byproduct, and we're just capturing and making it, we can utilize it. Like, it'll save like tons of money, especially at the schools. So I've been working closely with Sarah and David from KCATS, but we're going to be setting up an innovation center at Northern College, as well as our Thunder Bay office. So it's basically just a system that we can put in the community. So we'll put combined heat and power generators, which will be run off natural gas. We're going to put a greenhouse, a Tesla mega pack, as well as some solar. So we'll bring community members to get trained on these systems. So that's why when we start installing them in the communities, they'll be fully prepared. The most important is to make sure that we capture all the mining, to make sure that we shouldn't, I'm not against transmission, but when you do transmission, we don't get anything out of it. We're going to be paying someone else's rates. Any mining project that takes our traditional territory, we should be supplying them with the energy. Just an example, with Greenstone Gold, we can easily make $60 to $70 million a year profit off these projects. And with this kind of system, there is no transmission, so you don't have to disturb land. It's modular, so you can actually move it by the time the project's done. You just move the system out. And it's a natural gas system. For our remote communities, it'd be diesel, because that's basically the only feasible way. We're looking at I want to put projects in front of us that will work. If we can't get financing through a bank or another group, that means it's not feasible and there's too much risk. So that's kind of what we're basically just taking stuff that's already proven and just making our own. Accomplishments. So we've been working with the IESO for the renewable energy workshops, NRCan, community energy workshops, IEDF, mining workshops, so that's with the KESO, and we've been working closely with FedNor on the infrastructure assessment study. So with the assessment, we're going to be concentrating on one community at a time. We want to make sure that the focus stays on that community instead of all 9. If we do all 9, I find some may get overlooked and not get the focus that they require. So that's kind of why we're taking that approach. Challenges. As we all know, poverty, inadequate housing, lack of clean water, and other economic development issues create significant barriers to our membership communities. And we are not fully able to participate in Canada's economy due to it without the proper support from the government. We have no control over our own economic and social development destinies. which is why we are starting to look at more to the private sector to help us build our economy and capacity in our community so that when development happens, we are fully trained and have financing to move forward. Opportunities, community infrastructure assessment, capacity building, community capacity building, revisiting or applying for economic development strategies, renewable energy workshops, business development. We'll also be working with KCATS on getting each community's economic development corporation up and running, get them training. It's very important that we have these economic development corporations in each individual community to work on these projects in their territory. And that is it. All right. Thank you for your time.
Okay, moving on. So the next presenters, we have Stephanie Rich and Brad Battiston of Matawa Education Department. Supplemental information in the annual report is 59 to 74. Over here. Starts on 59 to 74. And just so you all know, upon the finishing of the last presentation, there will be a time for questions for any of the other departments as well. Okay? Okay. Go ahead.
Bonjour. Am I on? Nope, not on.
Oh, yeah, and the security as
Oh, okay.
well.
You guys can hear me back there?
Oh, yeah.
Bonjour, Stephanie Rich, Indigenous Cas, Nikina Donji, Long Lake 58, Nadonji Ba. I'm living in Thunder Bay right now. I work at Matawa Education and Care Center, and I'll let Brad introduce himself.
Good morning, everyone. Brad Battiston, Principal of the Matawa Education Center.
Awesome. So we're going to switch off with our presentation. But first, I just want to say that normally our Executive Director, Sharon Nate, does do this presentation. She does send her regards. Unfortunately, she could not be here with us today due to some very serious family health issues going on with her siblings. So, you know, we want to wish her the best, and I was certainly thinking about her this morning during the prayers as well as the opening drum. So miigwech to the elders here as well as the drum and our chiefs, council, and all the representatives we have today from the different communities. So we're here to talk to you about the education department within Matawa. Very important, you know, for our people, education is. So let me tell you a little bit about our various programs and services that we offer. So I'm not sure how we get to the next slide. Do we? Oh, the clicker. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're learning. Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you, David Paul. See, this is our first time doing it. Sharon would have known about the clicker. All right, so at Matawa Education, we provide support and advisory services to our First Nation community schools and education authorities that result in school improvements and have a positive impact on the quality of students' learning. We have, as you can see on the screen, we have a variety of different departments within Matawa Education Department. First, we have advisory services. We're going to go through these departments, so I'm not going to give a description right now. This is just an overview of our education authority. So we have advisory services, we have our Matawa Education Center, we have our Matawa Student Care Center, we have after-hours student support and the Youth in Quest, we have our Pathways to Achieve Student Success, Matawa Wakateri,
our post-secondary program, as well as our Achieving the Dream charity. So currently on our board of directors, we have George Whitehead from Webakwe, our appointed elder. We have Enos Jacob, also from Webakwe, as our vice president. We have Martha Taylor from Ginugaming as our treasurer. We have Mary Oshkanigish from Evenamic for our secretary position. We have Anne-Marie McGiskin from Araland First Nation as our director. Susanna Baxter from Martin Falls First Nation as our director. We also have Melanie Munias from Nishkadiga sitting as an observer currently, and Leanne Whitehead from Yamaton also sitting as an observer. So I'm going to invite Brad to talk about our school.
So the Matawa Education and Care Center, we are entering our 15th year of existence. Originally we started with 30 students. The program has grown substantially from a staff of 2 to now we have 55 staff members working within the school alone. Basically, the program is different from most high school programs within the province. We integrate students' mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual self into the daily schedule and operational programming. We don't define success by credits, as most students in our program come there because they are not able to access other education programs within the city of Thunder Bay, or sometimes within their living arrangements. We have students right across the whole province accessing our school program. So the 3 learning models we have: in-person, remote delivery, and adaptive. Adaptive is students who sometimes come into the building for a couple of weeks, go home for a week, or maybe they're going into treatment or into the legal system, and they come back. So we work with wherever they are. We're able to connect with that student regardless of their living situation or their arrangement. We're also in the 6th year of partnership with St. Joseph's Care Group. Their youth facilities and services are across the street from our building, and that relationship is extensive in terms of mental wellness supports. The treatment program is across the street. It's next level psychiatric services. We have a number of students who deal with serious mental health issues and concerns. So St. Joseph's, we're able to fast track those vital needs and supports for those students. Our peak enrollment was 188 students. We have continuous enrollment, so a student can enroll in our program any day of the school year. They have multiple years to get a credit. So again, it operates very differently from how a regular school would operate. So our peak this year was 188. Students will drop out, come back throughout the school year, again, depending on usually their personal circumstances. We had our highest number of graduates this year with 12. We granted 317 credits. Those are Ontario-based credits. We are inspected and accredited through the Ministry of Education. The uniqueness of our program doesn't fit their mold, but they adapt their inspection parameters to meet the needs of our students. At the end of the year, our graduating students went to Vancouver for a week. They had a blast, and next year they'll pick another location. Next year's graduating class, they'll pick the destination. We do extensive work with a group called the Critical Thinking Consortium. They are a worldwide leader in curriculum development. These credits that we develop are Ontario credits, but they are 100% adapted for Matawa students, and 90% of the course material actually comes from the Matawa communities. These credits are available. So far we have 9. I believe that are done, and we're working on 6 more. So any high school program within the Matawa communities, we could send you the credits. They are inspected and approved, to go towards graduation. This year, our school was recognized for the work that's being done in a world conference on Indigenous learning, and Sharon and some other staff presented in Chile. So far this year, we've been asked to go to Washington, D.C. to present at another worldwide conference, and maybe another one in Ireland, but we don't know. The general contractor, this year we built a change room for our outdoor rink, and they just finished literally the last week of school, but the students did get paid throughout the semester and earned 2 credits at the same time. We were awarded capital equipment and consumables fund through the CWB Welding Foundation, which we converted, which was a maintenance garage when it was a senior home. It's now our welding program, and they also provided teacher training for several of our staff to teach the welding program. This is definitely going to allow us to expand our trades programming at the school. Mental health and land-based coordinators provided students with several experiential learning opportunities with a focus on developing leadership and cultural knowledge, which obviously improves self-esteem. These credits, these are our own developed credits. We have 9 land-based credits, which again would be available to any Matawa high school if they so wanted. We could send all the material. But our students were able to get certifications in firearms safety, motorboat safety, whitewater paddling, and first aid. The students just recently completed the canoe credit after the school year, which they earned a leadership credit and a science credit on the 2-week canoe trip. Next year, we hope to expand or to continue expanding the land-based program. Like this year, they went dog sledding, they did the ice rescue program, numerous day trips throughout the school year for all seasons. The program also involves our elders and other education staff and various Matawa community members. In collaboration with Thunder Bay Police Service, we were able to secure funding to have our own school resource officer based in the building. This year, we do have the funding again for next year. It's a pilot project. Other schools in Ontario, like provincial schools, have asked for the model to be adapted like in major urban centers like Toronto and Southern Ontario. And also Saskatchewan has reached out to learn about these services. Larry Baxter, Constable Larry Baxter was our school resource officer, and we're hoping to welcome him back next year. Yes, and he's from Fort Hope. The gymnasium is expected to be completed in September. It still is on schedule, so we are excited. Those pictures that you see here are computer rendered drawings. The floor is going in as we are meeting right now. We have joined the Thunder Bay High School sports competition, so we are official members. We'll be competing against their high schools. And obviously, community use of the gym will be open to any Matawa meetings or events that are taking place in Thunder Bay if you so choose. But the students are most excited about the gym out of any of the renovations that we've done. Obviously, this is the biggest hit or thrill for students for next year. Challenges. Regretfully, we lost 3 students within 9 weeks of each other, leading right up to Christmas break. It really, due to the suddenness of each one happening within a short period of time, it was difficult for students, especially during first semester, and staff. We were able to provide support and, for both staff and students. And Matawa leadership was very supportive in continuing to advocate for the First Nations Youth Inquest recommendations, the work that's being done there. A lot of the community-based recommendations have not been implemented. We are still continuing to advocate for those happening. Most of the ones in Thunder Bay have been implemented, but again, the continuing of these, the work is still a question mark. We did receive another 3-year commitment from the provincial government, and the federal government has expressed that their recommendations will continue to be supported through Jordan's Principle and Choose Life. Opportunities for the school. We are, again, large gatherings can be held in the gym. With the completion of the welding program, we are going in college. Both NAPS and Thunder Bay Police Services have are going to be connecting us with trainers within their organizations to help us develop that curriculum for our students.
All right, next we're going to talk about the Matawa Student Care Center. This is where our students live in residence. It's above our high school, and it's all about housing and supporting the Matawa youth who have transitioned to Thunder Bay from their remote First Nation to attend high school. So it's, like I said, it's located on the 2nd floor of the MECC, and it can house 106 students. It manages the safety and security of the students, accommodations, food services, as well as recreational, spiritual, and cultural activities are very important because we want to keep the youth as busy as possible. They're also primarily responsible for liaison with healthcare service providers as well. So this is a picture of their programming that they did at Paintball Mountain on Fort William First Nation. So they do a lot of fun stuff. So they work closely with our school, MECC, as well as provincial school boards, ensuring academic and tutoring supports are provided to the students who are living at the care center. There's 24-hour care. It's done through an 8-to-1 ratio. So there's 1 staff member to support 8 students. Some of the various highlights and successes for the care center include the creation of our policies and procedures that were implemented to ensure the well-being and safety of the students and staff members. We also have staff who are trained in mental health first aid, trauma-informed practices, as well as medication training. So there's a lot of specialized training that needs to happen in order for the care center to be professional and to care for the students as well as they do. So this year we were able to accommodate 40+ students during the school year. So next year we're hoping that to just keep growing the program. 4 of our students graduated from the program from MECC this year, so that was awesome. We have a partnership that was developed with the District of Thunder Bay Social Services Administration Board to accommodate our 6 funded beds for Matawa students who are struggling with homelessness. And this does happen quite a bit, so it's great to have this partnership with Thunder Bay to give us the funding to help our homeless students. Some particular challenges with the care center include staff shortages due to lack of qualified applicants. Also during this school year, as Brad had mentioned, the care center experienced 2 losses, and one of the losses that we experienced was a student and another was a staff member. So very tragic events for staff and students that, really did have a big impact on our school environment. However, we did have immediate wellness supports that were provided, which were very helpful to, helping us heal from that. Indigenous Services Canada has not provided stable and predictable funding to meet the actual needs of student and programming needs served. So that's a significant barrier to our operations, is not having the appropriate predictable funding from ISC. We did not operate at full capacity because we could house up to 106 students, but we had about 40 plus. So we were not operating at full capacity at any point during the school year, and if this continues in the coming years, it will negatively impact the viability of the Matawa Student Care Center program. However, there's lots of opportunities with the Matawa Student Care Center. Promoting the MSCC to Matawa communities, education authorities, family, and students to ensure we operate at full capacity, providing safe and secure living accommodations for students. We could house more students. Staff development and training to harness abilities, talents, and understanding in the best ways to support students staying at the MACC. So there's lots more opportunities for staff development and training. There's also opportunities to enhance pathways and opportunities for students attending school, as well as for after-hours programs and services. Next, I want to talk about the after-hours student support program. As Youth in Quest manager, this is the department that I run at Matawa Education. And what we do is we provide student support, and we recognize and respond to student emergencies during the after hours. So each evening, night, and weekend is when my team is on, because our school definitely operates 24/7. So in terms of our programs and after hours, we have Youth in Quest, on-call service, safe sobering site, and student outreach. For the Youth in Quest, we continue to support the following programs and important work. Jordan Wabass's Memorial Awards. So this year we handed out another 6 awards. So far, over $34,000 has been distributed to graduating Matawa students in honor of Jordan. So we're very proud of that work. Obviously, we've developed the Matawa Student Care Center. We're currently, we've gone through a lot of renovations. Our school is a brand new renovated facility, and like Brad said, we're building our new gymnasium. We have our partnership with the Critical Thinking Consortium, which is to indigenize our curriculum. We have our safe sobering site. We have our special education services at our school, cultural and land-based programming, as well as Ojibwe and Ojibwe secondary school credits, student and staff training opportunities, as well as our partnership with St. Joseph's Care Group. In terms of the safe sobering site, last school year, 22-23, we helped 245 students safely stabilize from alcohol and substances. Staff needed to call emergency services like ambulance or police 43 times for students who were experiencing major intoxication showing signs of alcohol poisoning, as well as drug poisoning, and major intoxication that caused drug-induced psychosis as well as hallucinations. We had one drug overdose where staff had to perform CPR because we have a situation in Thunder Bay, as well as some of our communities where there's, the drugs are toxic, so it's really important to know how to respond to a drug overdose nowadays, because it could happen anywhere. We also had students experiencing acute suicidal behavior, heart conditions, as well as a seizure. Our on-call service, these are the staff members who provide transportation to students during the evenings, nights, and weekends. And last school year, they completed 3,686 ride requests for students. That included 1,576 females, 2,110 males were helped through on-call. We helped students from, all the First Nations. We helped 48 from Araland, 2 from Long Lake 58, 73 from Ganugaming, 334 from Constance Lake, 640 from Martin Falls, 878 from Yamatung, 632 from Nishkaniga, 207 from Webakwe, 677 from Nibenamik. So lots of rides given to the students, as you can see. In addition to helping students from MECC, our on-call also supports Matawa students who go to the other high schools in Thunder Bay as well. So we helped 278 students who went to Hammersholt, 99 from St. Patrick's High School, 13 from St. Ignatius, 60 from Superior, and 15 from Westgate. So we do a lot of safe sobering and a lot of on-call rides. So similar to the safe sobering site, on-call is oftentimes on the front lines of, responding to very serious emergencies. The 45 times staff had to call either the ambulance or police for students who were experiencing, a lot of serious situations. For instance, ambulance had to be called 26 times for students who had signs of alcohol or drug poisoning. 6 times police were called for suicidal ideations. In Thunder Bay, the police are designed to be the first to respond for suicide, but oftentimes our staff also do call the ambulance as well. So that had to happen 4 times. We had 3 injuries where staff were the first ones coming across, that student who needed help. So we had to call the ambulance for 3 injuries. We had 5 missing student situations. So staff had to, call the police and make a missing student report and then help the student. All the students were located shortly after we called. And then 1 incident for violence where the police had to be called as well. So highlights and successes for on-call service and the safe sobering site include, for mild intoxication, staff were able to transport students to the safe sobering site for the most part. We do have some students who refuse the care of the safe sobering site, and that's okay. And then for those students, we're able to, make sure that they have a guardian at home, so they're not being dropped off by themselves. We need to make sure that when they're intoxicated, that someone is there to care for them, to do that respiration monitoring and make sure they're cared for. And then also, if they're showing any signs of intoxication or that includes alcohol poisoning or drug poisoning, we got to make sure we call 911 and get them to the hospital as soon as possible. In addition to our regular, discharges that go to our mental watch YouTube, whatever, watch TV. And throughout that time, we learn about them. So we put in a lot of mental health referrals so that they can get counseling, the next day at our school. Challenges associated with the after-hours student support department include, attracting qualified staff to fill positions. This, unfortunately, this school year, we did have to close on Sunday and Mondays for short periods of times due to staff challenges. We operate 24/7. Sunday and Monday tend to be our, days where we have the least amount of intakes. So we did have to close some of those days. We do have a lot of jobs available being posted right now on the Matawa careers site. So if anyone wants a job, now's the time. So feel free to, make sure you tell anyone located in Thunder Bay that you know. Another challenge was the refusal of government to fund a medical position within the department. If you look at other safe sobering sites within Canada, most of them have nurses within their program. However, our program doesn't have a nurse. We don't have a medical position. We're regular folks doing this. So it would be really nice to be able to have our own nurse within that works after hours for our various departments. Another challenges was our proposal to have an inquest team for Matawa First Nation communities was once again denied funding. Another challenge we have is student curfews has not being followed has led to a student crisis situation where many students are engaging in high-risk behaviors well past the midnight hour. So an opportunity, various opportunities we have for after-hours student support are the education counselors. You know, we work with them from the various communities. They have requested support with updating, you know, boarding home policies and implementing curfews. So we have our new position, it's called Student Outreach Support. And they're going to help, you know, with the curfew crisis next school year by doing the following. They're going to assist with curfew calls to all boarding home parents to see if students are in by curfew. So the education coordinators for the communities identified 10 p.m. weekdays and 12 a.m. weeknights. And through our on-call service, we know that, for instance, last year in September 2022, we picked over 150 kids up well past midnight. And, you know, teenagers past midnight, there's no business, you know, they should be at home getting ready for school the next day. So it's really important that we have curfews for our students that, you know, are implemented by our boarding home parents. And a lot of boarding home parents do an awesome job doing that. I just think more work could be done just to help, you know, the teenagers that we have going to school, you know, making sure that they're in at a reasonable hour. And then we will be helping, you know, just making sure we're having our education counselors aware of students who are missing curfews, and then it'll be up to the education authorities to, you know, handle the situation about curfews and, you know, talking to boarding home parents. Another awesome opportunity for the after-hours student support is that we're expanding. We're getting 2 more outreach workers, so we're going to have 4 in total. We're also going to have a night supervisor, and we're going to have a youth crisis intervention service because we do have a lot of different crises that happen, you know, at night. So it's important that we have that service for our youth available. And then another neat program we're going to be starting that's really important is our Indigenous Cultural Reintegration Program. And that's about getting students, you know, back into their culture. So, because we know, you know, as First Nations people that the more proud of our culture we are, the least likely we are to engage in, you know, drinking or drugs or just negative, unhealthy behaviors. All right, so now the next department I'm going to talk about is our Pathways to Achieve Student Success, or PASS. And they're responsible for providing support services and resources for Matawa First Nations schools. And they also help Matawa First Nations communities, you know, when requested. So PASS, they help the staff support school success plans, numeracy, literacy, and other educational initiatives that support student success. We have our IT, our guys that help schools with technology implementation as well as troubleshooting. They're always going to the communities helping out. We also host the annual Matawa Education Conference and provide advisory services about regional education agreements and federal education transformation. We're in the process of developing a draft regional education agreement for our participating Matawa First Nations. So some of our highlights and successes from PASS include our 13th annual Matawa Education Conference that was held March 7th to the 9th. So that was a lot of fun. I know a lot of people here were in attendance. I had the privilege and honor of presenting about harm reduction at that conference, and it was just awesome. I really love this conference. We partnered with Barn Owl Music for a music program in 6 Matawa schools for the 22-23 school year. And we finally were able to establish the new student nutrition program for the Henry Coaster Memorial School in Martin Falls. That included renovating and purchasing new kitchen equipment, so that was awesome. We distributed 10 Bowmanville bursaries to 10 community members this year. So this is an annual event that's in partnership with the Rotary Club from the Bowmanville, Ontario. And what it is to celebrate Matawa members attending elementary, secondary, post-secondary, adult education, training, apprenticeship, as well as our trades programs. So in addition, many of our Matawa schools received extra support in the area of youth life promotion. Our SNAP program, which means Stop Now and Plan. It's an evidence-based cognitive behavioral model that provides a framework for teaching children struggling with behavioral issues. We currently have SNAP in 2 of the Matawa schools, the John C. Yesno Education Center and Simon Jacob Memorial Education Center. And hopefully we want to have this in all of our schools. Some particular challenges with PASS is that our Matawa schools continue to see varying levels of turnover in teaching staff and difficulty in recruiting suitable candidates. Unfortunately, COVID did not make recruitment any easier, and all the Matawa schools definitely struggled to hire teachers to meet their increased needs. The PASS team has been in communication with Matawa schools to determine the barriers and needs to establish a teacher retention framework. But there's a lot of opportunities that come with PASS as well. We have a lot of trainers available. I myself train ASSIST as well as mental health first aid and soon to be Crisis Prevention Institute training as well. So I can come into your communities with my fellow coworkers, and we can provide these trainings to your, whoever you want in your community. So basically, what ASSIST is, it's applied suicide intervention skills training. So it helps community members learn how to, intervene when someone is suicidal. Mental health first aid teaches about, about 6 different mental health crises that youth may experience and how you can help, or community members or staff of yours can help assist someone going through a mental health crisis. And then Crisis Prevention Institute, they train nonviolence crisis intervention. Another opportunity we have is, coming off the success of the 2022 Odaminowag Games, which are land-based activities. It's a Facebook, online event. We're going to have it return in September 2023 with the focus on coordinating with Matawa schools to engage community participation. The PASS Facebook page is a lot of fun, so check it out. There's always different, contests going on for those in our schools. More opportunities with PASS include our partnership with Lakehead University to conduct a data analysis from previous provincial standardized tests like EQAO, CAT4, and the EYE test. The purpose of the project is to use the data to identify trends in student achievement and consider overall how students in Matawa schools are doing and where support is needed. Next, we want to talk about Matawa Wakateri. This program is about establishing language programs for Matawa First Nations using proven methodology that teaches adult learners to learn Ojibwe, Oji-Cree, and Cree quickly. So Matawa Wakateri means a fast-moving canoe on the rivers that meet. Matawa in Ojibwe refers to the meeting place of the rivers. Waka in Maori is the word for canoe, and tere in Maori means moving fast. So this program came, years ago when Chief Yellowhead went to Aotearoa, or New Zealand, and he learned what they were doing to revitalize their language. So then eventually we, got into partnership with the Maori, and now we have our co-workers Aroha and Mike Graham, who you see on the screen there. They came all the way from New Zealand, here in Thunder Bay to help us, learn their methodology and adapt it for us to learn Ojibwe Cree and OG Cree quickly. So I myself took, this program for several months, and yeah, it's an awesome program. So Matawa Wakateri is receiving formal government recognition in the form of a 3-year funding cycle to deliver a Year 1 certificate and a Year 2 diploma. Work is subject to the accreditation body of the World Indigenous Nations University. So our enrollment intake was approximately 190. We're currently hiring instructors and tutors in all the Matawa communities to deliver the program. Challenges: it's been difficult to secure a full-time Indigenous language specialist for the Cree curriculum. So if anyone speaks Cree, feel free to send them our way. It's also been a challenge to secure classroom space in the communities as well as Thunder Bay to deliver the program. But there's various opportunities like strategizing with community contacts to secure continuous and functional learning sites, classrooms, and office space. Providing computer literacy training to applicable staff to enhance and advance our initiatives. Lastly, we have our post-secondary program. These are our board of directors: Anne-Marie McGiskin, Martha Taylor, Angie Britt, Tony Sackney, and Enos Jacob. We had 26 graduates last year, or the year before, and then last year we had 18 graduates. We were successful in obtaining funding for a post-secondary transition coach. We had our Medad Dizzy program on September 10th, which was very successful. I think one of the biggest challenges we have is not having enough funding for all the student applications we receive. Various opportunities. We sit on a lot of different committees for the post-secondary program. And we spend a lot of time at our post-secondary programs helping the students and staff there. So yeah, lots of different opportunities through our committees that we sit on. So on behalf of Sharon, Nate, Brad and I say miigwech, and thank you for the opportunity. And Brad's just going to briefly talk about some of the resolutions we're bringing forward. Oh, maybe not.
We will have 6 resolutions that we'll be asking various chiefs to support with movers and seconders. So we will be visiting with you throughout the next day or 2.
Thank you, Brad and Stephanie. We got 2 more presenters to do, and we're going to go through those 2 before we break for lunch. And if you're still warm or hot, lunch won't be ready till 12:30, so we're going to finish with these 2 presentations coming up. And if you're still very hot, find it hot in here, there's a room back there where it's air conditioned if you need to take a break for a few seconds. Thank you.
Okay, miigwech. So up next is Sarah Cockerton, manager of Four Rivers Environmental Services. Yeah. Oh, the other thing, sorry, I almost forgot. So on the Matawa website, there is a link to watch the live stream on YouTube. So if anybody wants to share that information with anybody back home, they can, click on the link on Matawa website. Supplementary information can be found on page 43 to 55 of your report.
Hello, good morning. As you heard, my name is Sarah Cockerton. I'm the manager of Four Rivers, and it is an honor to be able to be here today to present to you Four Rivers' annual report. And I'd just like to thank Long Lake 58 First Nation for the welcome. Very, very happy to be here today. So as you heard, our report can be found in the annual report around page 44. And I'm not going to be able to go into great detail today. As many of you know, we've got a lot of things on the go, so I'm going to just do my best to highlight some of the work we have, and hope you'll connect with us if you have more questions. Four Rivers was established in 2011 to provide technical support and capacity building services to our member First Nations. And so the big focus here is environmental processes and environmental stewardship and the things that go to support those things. So today our team of about 16 staff support work in community, both through Matawa First Nations management, but also through Matawa's wholly owned for-profit entity, Four Rivers Inc. One of our core themes of services is purely environmental. So the bodies of work that we describe as environmental are the work that aim to support environmental monitoring, environmental stewardship, environmental research, environmental processes, and environmental planning. And so you can see some of the images here. Those are some of the things. Many of our other service lines are areas of work that are required to support that environmental work. So Four Rivers has a big focus in mapping and geomatics, and this service line is comprehensive and it's award-winning. So basically our geospatial information systems and that infrastructure that we host, they act as a filing cabinet, so to speak, to the environmental information. And the goal here is of these whole service lines in this system is to gather, store, analyze, and display the lands, resources, and community values data that is needed for communities to be able to make informed decisions. Another theme of services that we work through and offer are the services that relate to project support, communications, logistics, and those are all pieces that are critical to, again, that informed decision-making piece. We found out early on in Four Rivers kind of development that for communities to be able to make informed decision, we had to make the information usable, understandable, of use. And so we built the capacity internally to do things like work with graphics, support translation, those kind of things. But the other part of information is making it accessible. So we developed the capacity and the mechanisms for distributing, disseminating information. So things like hosting events, social media, websites, all those kind of different mechanisms for that. At any given time, Four Rivers is supporting 20 to 40 projects or initiatives. So we have a very busy team. And sadly, like I've said, I can't speak to most of the initiatives. But on page 50 of the report, there's a table that kind of gives you a list of some of the projects and initiatives hosted through Matawa First Nations Management that are available to all Matawa member communities. And so I'm just going to give a highlight of a few, just to give you a flavor of our year and just kind of some of the places where there's been new developments or changes. So Four Rivers had overgrown our offices and our storage capacity, especially because of the size and the sophistication of the environmental equipment that we have, store, and are utilizing. So last year we acquired and renovated space at 187 Johnson Avenue, which is right across from Matawa's Court Street offices in Thunder Bay. And this space provided us with a warehouse, and we have 12 additional offices as well. And with that area, we were able to facilitate some large shipping and receiving projects, including projects to purchase and ship communication and event equipment to all communities, and also to support the shipping through and construction of the greenhouse geodesic domes in road access communities. So this has been really huge for us as going forward we now have greater capacity to store and maintain our various environmental equipment. Last year we also made huge advancements in the mapping and geomatics kind of realm. So this is an area that, as you can imagine, is very tech-centric and requires continual upgrades and keeping up. So I've talked and spoken to you for a number of years. I've shared the stories of our drones. Our drones are an area that we've continued to grow and expand. Last year, we were very, very proud to be able to support the Rapid Lakes project by developing a methodology to do survey quality work with our drones along a corridor. So this was a big undertaking for us that we're very excited about. We also have invested in a drone boat, and that will now expand us going in the future to be able to do mapping of water bodies with it. And so those are kind of things we're working on that front. But we've also been overhauling our geomatics and information infrastructure. And we've had to do this because of the size of data coming off these drones with all the images. So we've had to put some substantive infrastructure investments and upgrades to support new GIS servers and the supporting servers. And that involves a whole new server room and different systems. And a lot of that work was done and has been being worked on either directly or indirectly with Esri Canada, which is the industry leader in GIS. So another big theme or area, a kind of highlight of our work in the last year is, of course, a number of projects that support community environmental guardians and and this is environmental work that used to be done almost entirely in the summer. This would be our busy time. Through strategic use of technology, we've been able to innovate methods so that we now do and can do a lot of this work in the winter when it's easy to get around on land. So it's a lot easier to get around and get out there when we can use snowmobiles and on frozen areas than it is to get around everywhere in the summer. And so with use of tech, we're able to go and put out probes or song meters, trail cameras, things that can monitor the land, and we can put it out in the winter, and then it can do its work through the summer, and we can come back later and get it. And so now our environmental field programming goes all year. So we're either in the field or we're preparing to go to the field kind of throughout the year. And all of these systems, I mentioned the upgrades to GIS, this monitoring, this work, it's very, very heavily integrated within those information systems I mentioned so that it can be displayed. Another area of work in the last year was a lot of work supporting conversations surrounding regional assessment. And to this end, we've been supporting the Matawa Environmental Technical Table, the community, which is a community member working group who's been working to meet, discuss, and make recommendations to the Matawa chiefs. And then additionally, for those meetings related to that involving the chiefs, we've been working to support some of the logistics and stuff as well in collaboration with Matawa Chiefs Council. Four Rivers hosted 2 gatherings, environmental gatherings in the last year. So one is kind of our more traditional, we resumed kind of a December gathering that we've liked to host for years now, that really gathers our community, lands and resource staff, members who are working on these kind of things about lands, environment, and provide an opportunity to share different things that communities are working on. And that was hosted in December. And then more recently, in June of this year, we hosted a water gathering. And so not only were Matawa members invited to this gathering, but we also had a lot of other delegates from different areas across Canada and New Zealand as well. And this gathering really aimed to celebrate and share things being done in different places around Canada and the world, and really kind of offer kind of these new opportunities, things we maybe haven't seen or heard of before. The nature of like a lot of the environmental programming and such, being out on the land and working, can of course offer different hazards and such. And so this year, in working with various partners and such, we hosted a number of different training sessions for staff and community guardians. So things like wilderness first aid, fire safety, snowmobile training, swiftwater rescue. These are areas that as we have more community guardians active, we expect we'll need to be kind of hosting and rehosting more frequently. Over the last number of years, we've been supporting the kind of post-production and post-production of the Journey to Homeland's film. This is a film that, it's a documentary that Tommy Yellowhead and a group of youth went to visit their homelands, and joined by a film crew. And it was started to be showed at film festivals last summer, and an award for best research was given or honored to Tommy Yellowhead. Unfortunately, due to his passing, Tommy was unable to accept that award, and we were very honored to be able to carry and deliver that award with Derek Akis to his family. As I've only really skimmed the surface. We have some of our team members here this week, including Peter Moses, I think he's at the back, who works to support our community communication liaison officers to help support communities in navigating through mineral exploration. Peter, I'm gonna get you to wave. There it is. Please, please, please say hi to Peter. And if you have questions about that, I'm sure he would be very happy to connect with you. He is still ongoing writing his journal, which comes out every month. So please connect with Peter. We also have ladies in the hall who have a number of Four Rivers maps and publications there for you to share and show. They also have a popcorn machine and are starting to make popcorn. And they have a contest on the go that will involve prizes. So please, please, please swing by, talk to them, and meet them. And they would love to tell you more about the different things they are up to and our team is up to. And with that, I'm gonna end.
Amazing. Wonderful stuff. So Gideon, I heard you, did you bring your guitar?
I did.
Did you bring your guitar? Wow. So next up will be our last presentation before lunch. Again, lunchtime, our lunch will be ready at 12:30. We have the Matawa Health Cooperative up next, and we have Frances Wesley, and she's accompanied by Crystal Bell. So both ladies will be presenting.
Okay, thank you.
Miigwech.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting us to our annual general meeting. And thank you to Long Lake 58 for hosting this event. It's nice to come back home. So it's been 6 years now that we ventured on this journey to set up the Matawa Health Cooperative to meet the needs of your communities. We have our own report that we developed. There's some mistakes in it, but don't worry about it. So it's this report. So we're going to give you a synopsis of what's in this report. So happy reading. And if you have any questions later, I have 3 of my staff with me. I have Crystal Bell, who's the Director of Clinical and Nursing Services. And I have Jason Beardy, who's here. Jason, he's somewhere in the building. He's the Director of Health Transformation. So if you have any questions about health transformation, you can approach Jason. And Carly Descharme, she's the Director of Mental Health and Wellness Services. So they're here with us today, so hope you get a chance to meet with them, and if you have any specific questions or ideas that you want to share, we'd be happy to hear from you. So as you know, Matawa Health Cooperative goal is to improve health care access and enhance services within the 9 Matawa communities. And so we're here to enhance and complement the delivery of health and wellness programs and services within the 9 Matawa First Nation communities. And these services include interdisciplinary primary care that we offer diabetes and nutrition care, foot care, wound care, which is a new program for us, the wound care. Crystal will talk about it in her report. Community health, public health services that addresses postnatal, well, women, men, elder health, physicians, nurses, school supports, and a walk-in clinic. We also offer the health transformation initiatives. We are incorporating a nursing transfer initiative, as well as we are engaging with the communities in addressing traditional medicines and knowledge keepers. And adding to the interdisciplinary primary care, we submitted a proposal to the Ministry of Health recently to expand our services to your communities. And if that proposal is approved, then we will be adding an additional 30 staff members to address your healthcare needs. So we also have another department, the Mental Health and Wellness team. They offer preventative mental health services, which is delivered in a holistic approach and seeks to address all areas of wellness that would include physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual. Our services are offered for adults and child and youth mental health. Our administration support is supported by a team of administrative staff, finance, human resources, and travel to ensure that we maintain a smooth operation of the Matawa Health Co-op. So under the health transformation and nursing transfer, this department carries out the work specific to the 9 member communities as part of the Anishinaabe-Aski Nation Regional Health Transformation and Indigenous Service Canada. We so far have completed.
Chef, can I have a moment? If we could please keep our, if you need to talk, maybe you could go to the side or to the back rooms. We need to be very respectful to our presenters here. Thank you very much.
We have, as I mentioned, we have traveled to 7 of our First Nation communities to conduct community engagements with your community members. And we are planning to complete a strategy that will be completed in the fall of 2023. We are working with Anishinaabe-Aski Nation in developing their business plan, which is required to be completed by March 2024. We have developed resources and videos to highlight what health transformation is all about in a nursing transfer. So if you want to click to that link there, you'll see the video on the nursing transfer. So our next steps, as I mentioned, we will finalize the strategic plan. And I mentioned that we do participate in the NAN health transformation processes and identify which communities would like to participate in the nursing transfer. That's our first step. We do attend a lot of the health partnership meetings with Anishinaabe-Aski Nation. As I mentioned, they have 7 months to finalize a business plan on how they're going to carry out the health transformation initiatives. Matawa has played a key role in working with NAN on the strategy, and we help them as much as we can. So next pages will be Crystal Bell.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us here in this community. My name is Crystal. I'm from Ginigaming and Airland First Nation, so thank you for having me. So my part is the clinical and nursing services. So in our wonderful overview, you can see how many department staff we have. Some of you do have staff that live in community and work in your community 5 days a week. Others that don't, they do travel every second week to your community, and they work alongside with your department health staff. So we provide primary care to patients, individuals, to assist with any type of health need that is needed. So we have preventative care, we have acute care, we do a lot of chronic disease management, we do referrals to specialists, medication management, health education, health counseling. So we do have different departments in this team. So one of them is our public health community health department, and that consists of 11 staff. So some of you do have your own public health nurses in your community. We're very thankful for that. We have a diabetes management team that only consists of 5 staff. We have 2 diabetes educators, a foot care nurse, and 2 dietitians that work and travel to communities to provide preventative care. Wound care is something that is just new. We started with the Matawa Health Co-op. We've signed an MOU with St. Joe's Care Group. A lot of our Matawa members were going to St. Joe's and Thunder Bay for wound care, leaving their communities. So now we have an MOU and we work in collaboration with St. Joe's, where one of our nurses can connect with your nurse in your community and provide care and consultation for wound care services. They can also arrange to have the patient brought to Thunder Bay if needed at our clinic site. Food security is another program that our dietitians work with. They also work with our outreach worker, Sterling Finlayson, and we do various events, food security. One of the things that we started this past year that was very successful was delivering good food boxes to remote communities. So I do believe we did 2 communities so far, and next month we'll be doing another one. Very well received in the communities. What usually happens when we do these little pop-ups is we kind of piggyback and we start providing other health and care where needed. Outreach nursing support. So when our team is not traveling, like I said, we travel every second week. In Thunder Bay, we do outreach nursing. So we have a team usually weekly on Thursday or Friday that drives throughout Thunder Bay and provides food for our homeless population of Thunder Bay, some of them being Matawa members, and we connect them with proper supports, healthcare supports that are needed. We've seen a lot of connections with OATC clinics and a lot of services provided for wound care as well with this population. We also do days that we volunteer our team and we go to what's it called? Do drop-in in Thunder Bay as well as the shelter house. So sometimes you may see us, our team, providing support there as well. This is a new program that we started this year under our Jordan's Principal program, our youth recreation and health promotion. So our youth recreation team, they actually work with our nurses and our diabetes team. So they assist in planning and facilitating mentally, physically, and culturally stimulating activities with Matawa youth. Our team is actually here in the community this week. They are manning the booth that's out in the hallway. So if you want to go and visit and see them, they're also having, I believe, a baseball tournament tomorrow or something. They're planning with the community, so we'll see. They will be out and about in the evening as well. We have 3 staff. We're trying to expand that program as well. We find that it works well with our youth team traveling with the nurses because they get people out. I always say our children are our sponges, and when these youth rec workers go into the schools, they bring back that information to the elders and to the parents. And the next day we have a busy clinic, people coming out. So our youth rec team also works with youth between the ages of 6 and 24 to develop essential life skills, social skills, and promoting a sense of health and wellness in our communities. So they're the team that's going to be reaching out to your Choose Life workers or your FSWs in the community. Then we have our health promotion programming. So in Thunder Bay, when staff aren't traveling, we try to do a calendar to offer services to our members in Thunder Bay as well. So usually what we have on our calendar is what we also do in communities when staff are traveling. So we kind of all try to work together. So this program is delivered to promote healthy living, healthy eating, healthy lifestyle to our Matawa First Nation community members, both on and off reserve. These activities aim to empower members and communities to make healthy behaviors. So below are some of the pictures that you can see some of the events that we've had with our health promotion program. This right here is our outreach programming. Like I said, usually weekly we go out and about in vehicles in Thunder Bay and support some of our homeless population. This is one day that we did, we had a program at the shelter house. So sometimes it's an eye-opener. You know, you go there and you see that they don't even have stuff for a simple meal, and we just try to help out where we can.
Okay, so our next program is the Mental Health and Wellness Services. Currently, we have 21 staff in varying capacities. Leadership, adult mental health staff, child and youth mental health, system navigators, and cultural staff. All staff offer mental health wellness support to our 9 First Nation communities. To provide, the goal is to provide preventative mental health support and education to our members, children, youth, adults, elderly, and their families. In dealing with managing mental health related issues and challenges such as anxiety and depression, managing grief and loss, suicidal ideation and self-harm, substance abuse, harm reduction, managing mental health disorders, self-esteem and belonging, etc. So partnerships,
So our highlights and successes with the health cooperative, you know, we've established a lot of partnerships. We wouldn't be doing and offering the services that we offer if we didn't have our partnerships. So we just have a few that are listed here. So our wound care project, which is continually and still growing, it is benefiting our members. We also had a wound care conference that we sponsored with St. Joe's, so it was nice to see some of our Matawa home care nurses that were out at this event. Some of our research was also presented at this event. We had our Tournament of Hope partnership, so some of you, it was really nice to see, I believe we had 9 Matawa community teams in this event. So we had our youth rec workers and some of our youth mental health workers assisting during this event. We almost had one of our physicians coaching. But you know, what I really liked about it was the whole team approach and the partnership we developed. And it also opened up doors for our staff when they travel. We have our partnership with Cancer Care Ontario. Some of the communities have already been working with our prostate research group. We also have, you know, we work closely with the breast screening van when it comes to your community. We do the best to promote these activities. We had our diabetes awareness walk last year, and this year we're going to be making it larger and having it in all of our communities. So stay tuned for that. We have various foot care pop-ups in communities, so whenever we get a request, we can pick up a team and go out to your community. And one of our communities, I think we did 47 feet in 2 days, so it was nice to do that. We also, currently our public health team is working on doing vaccine pop-up events. So just last week, I believe we were out in Nabinimik and Martin Falls. So we will be coming out to your communities for these as well. Various presentations, whatever you need, we try to answer. So, you know, ticks, immunization, all these different bullying, lots of summer safety. Another highlight, our good food box distribution to the remote communities, very well received. So we hope that it'll continue to grow, and we'll continue to work with our communities on that. And our outreach services, as well as our youth outreach team that has come on with the Matawa Health Co-op. Highlights, again, continue expansion of the MHC services. So we still are trying to fill a lot of our vacancies. Check out our website. We have a lot of jobs posted. So consistent efforts of being placed into ongoing recruitment and onboarding staff. So we continue that. We just recruited 2 new reception support today, and they started with us. Policy and procedure development, it's ongoing. It's a lot of work. Healthcare is really hard, and we need a lot of policies and procedures, implementations in place for various activities that we do. Working with our community leadership and health directors to support with funding applications as needed. So we've assisted some of your communities with this. And we had our Matawa Health Cooperative's Youth Mental Health Summit in June 2023, which was very successful. Hopefully we will continue to have that annually. Challenges that we face with the health cooperatives, community contact and follow-up. Sometimes it's not easy. We continue to build our partnerships as we go. Infrastructure in the communities, we all know it's difficult finding accommodations. So that's why we've started doing various pop-up events. If we fly out at 8 a.m. and leave at 8 p.m., we try to do what we can in one of our communities. Rapid growth, so we've had significant growth. I think the last time Francis and I presented here, we had maybe 40, 35 staff. I believe today we're up to 65. So there's been a lot of growth, staffing turnover, you know, learning from, you know, things that may have happened. We do have our staff currently in 4 different locations in Thunder Bay, which makes it hard for us to sometimes work together. So for those of you that don't know, we do have a clinic in Thunder Bay. And if you need to be seen, you know, or if you're looking for healthcare, we do have information on our website. We also do virtual visits and any phone call visits if needed. Another challenge is our outdated medical record system. So we're trying to work with the communities to update our immunizations and our reporting systems. I think we're getting there. And ongoing challenge with attracting suitable and qualified candidates for our vacant positions with the MHC. Our next program initiative, so again, we're continually doing the policy and procedure development, partnering with various programs, Washashi, KCATS, MEC, Francine's program. We're constantly doing that. We are working on a manual development for the MHC department, continuing with our partnerships. One of the things that a few of us had attended this year was a NUCA Health Conference, and we learned about their vision and their model of care. So that's something that we're going to be also adapting with the health cooperative. So our opportunities and key priorities. So we're going to continue with the aggressive efforts for recruitment and onboarding of staff to fill vacancies. If staff got to work from home, I guess they got to work from home at times if we don't have office space. Continue to work towards submitting consistent funding proposals. Ensure we are working towards a sustainable programming, building, and expanding upon Matawa Health Cooperative Services, and continue to build positive working relationships with our Matawa communities and leadership, and to ensure that we're offering services that are responsive and unique to the individual community. This next slide is just our statistics. You can also find it in our book as well. So it just kind of outlines how many people we've seen in the past year in the various programs. And thank you for your partners and all the communities and our funders and our First Nation communities for your ongoing support. I'd like to recognize Long Lake 58's Sterling Finlayson, as he's the one that assisted with the health co-op, and he helped us develop this manual. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we do break for lunch, we do have a couple of announcements. On tab 4 of your binders, there's a survey that is to be done today and can be handed to maybe Dorothy or Vivian if possible. On tab 4, there's a public survey, there's a survey feedback. And if we could have that done possible. So if we could have Des Mullen speak.
Okay, I have a few side announcements. In the room? Okay, so if you're interested in going golfing, see Angie. She should be here shortly. And if you need clubs, let her know what hand you need. And if you need a ride, let her know if you need a ride. Okay, so and we only have enough room for 15 golfers. Okay, so 15 golfers. So if you didn't bring your clubs and you need clubs, let Angie know. And the other thing is, today for the community, we have what we call our annual teddy bear picnic. So it's outside, on the other side of the daycare there. So again, we're going to have things going on there this evening, so everybody's welcome to come and check things out. We're going to have food and draws and things like that. Okay, so day by day we'll have different activities as well for the evening stuff. Yeah, so we need to know by 1 o'clock if there's any interested golfers that want to go out tonight. Okay, miigwech.
Are you a golfer? No. No, I'm not. Huh? No. Thank you. You got- Yeah, okay.
Okay. All right, a chance to speak again. The chair has gave me. Anyway, this afternoon, the chiefs are going to be meeting separately after 1 o'clock. There is a visiting Ontario minister that wanted to meet with our chiefs. So they're going to be breaking away to do a separate meeting, but we will continue with our corporate presentations after lunch. So the chiefs are meeting, I believe, in Rome. Where's Rome again, Paul? classroom number 4. Okay? All right. Not sure where. Yeah. Okay, anyway, you'll be directed. Okay, me, that's all from me.
And lunch will be served here at 12:30. Be mindful where you sit. So lunch will be back at these tables, and Dorothy will be issuing checks if you're expecting something. Dorothy will be back there. So if you're expecting something, go see her. Thank you very much. Have a great lunch. Reconvene at 1:30. 1:30. We should be getting back in, making our way back to our seats. Please and thank you. I am
Come on.
not here. We should be getting back in, making our way back to our seats. Please and thank you. I am
Come on.
not here. We should be getting back in, making our way. Not everybody's back yet, but we should be starting very soon. In a few minutes, if we could have all the chiefs won't be here, I should say. So we should be good to go in a few minutes.
Okay, welcome back. Hope you all got some food in your bellies, and we're ready to carry on. So as you noticed, the chiefs are in a separate meeting right now, and so we'll be carrying forward with everybody that's here, other delegates. So where we left off, we had the annual reports, and the last one was the Matawa Health Cooperative with Francis Wesley and Miss Bell. Moving forward, we have Health and Social Mino Bimadzwin, and that's with Miss Francine Pellerin. Miigwech. Also, just a reminder, when we get started, let's try to keep the talking to a minimum, if any at all. Okay, so that we're in a gym, so the sound really spreads. Miigwech.
It works. Somebody better wipe it off. Bonjour. It's good to see a lot of people here in Long Lake 58, the AGM. Bonjour, Gakinoyan, the Nankumanik Gabi Shawat, Jihak Skatsek, Kuk, Makanak, Migwestan, and Humanik Gayapian. My presentation, Health and Social Minop Madison Gajanokyan. That's a department that I work at. In your books, it's on page 18. To start off with, Health and Social Medicine carries a lot of different programs within the department. Currently, I have 12 small programs that are ongoing, plus I have some shorter-term projects that we are working on. Our priorities is to, our objectives also, strengthen, enhance and promote health well-being, support community-based programs, support capacity building, building relationships and partnerships. We manage, administer, coordinate, and implement health and social programs, those 12 programs that I was mentioning. We provide advisory, advocacy, and technical support. And we do provide limited direct supports for social crisis and our emergencies. We do provide support mainly for the community-based programs. We help and assist, offer limited education, promotion, and prevention awareness. We do client and advocacy and referral service for people accessing non-insured health benefits, and those workers that assist with the Jordan's principal application. And again, work in partnership with several groups, organizations, and agencies. The picture here shows the group of people that I work with. Where's Vivian? Okay, those are the pamphlets that I left at the tables. If you want to look at each program, it explains in these pamphlets. The one that one of them being the anti-Indigenous racism program. There's a person, Brianne Anderson. She's here right now helping me out with the passing out the information. And she's one of our staff. We have 7 staff full-time, and I have another person starting at the end of this month who will be taking over the mental wellness crisis team program. I'm not going to go through each of those areas, but to name them off, it's community health coordination, funded through the ISC program and works with the 4 remote communities only. And crisis intervention coordination, we have 1 staff there. Her name is Nicole Jacob. We have the mental wellness teams and crisis support. That has been vacant for a while, so the 3 of us take turns or share that position. And we have the Transitional Housing and Support Program. That program assists women who are in abusive situations. And we have workers in the First Nations. We also have the victim services, and we provide again funds for the community to hire a victim services worker in each of the 9 First Nations. We also manage the Victim Quick Response Program, and that's to assist victims who are victimized and apply for compensation and stuff like that. Approaches to community well-being. We work with the Sulakat First Nations Health Authority, develop and work with the remote communities in the area of public health. We also have the Traditional Healing Program for all of the 9 First Nations. Then we have the Navigator Program, non-insured health benefits client navigators. We have 2 people in that position. And then we have the social emergency management. And again, with that one, I have 1 person working in there. And the anti-Indigenous racism, I mentioned Brianna was here currently with me. And then I just mentioned the other proposal-based programs that we have is 4 of them. And those are mainly to do with capacity building and training. Okay, highlights and successes. Continuation of all the health and social programs. A lot of them have continued on from, I guess some of them have started when I started working there. And the other success is the Anti-Indigenous Racism Awareness Symposium. We had 2 of them in Geraldton and 1 in Hearst. And then we also had organized and coordinated the Regional Frontline Workers Forum on Mental Health and Addictions, where we invited the community workers to come in and take that training. We are also working in the community training workshops and gatherings. Anytime that there is a request from the community for a workshop or a gathering, we will try and send our people in to assist at the community level. We also secured emergency response training funds. So that is being coordinated right now. So there's going to be more training in the area of responding to a crisis or an emergency. And then, of course, the continuation of First Nations crisis support. We also continue to receive those funds. the one that you see on the TV monitor is one of the workshops that through anti-indigenous racism symposium. Or just notes. Okay, challenges. One of the challenges that we face is filling in vacant positions, lack of human resources available for crisis response, and we still need better coordination of services. Sometimes when there's too many people delivering the same type, I'm talking, for example, mental health crisis teams. There's a number of agencies that provide that support. One is NAN, the other one is, it's called NAN Hope, and the other one through ours and through Sioux Lookout First Nations Health Authority. So sometimes, you know, we don't know when they send people into the community. So that needs to be improved. I guess that's a challenge, big challenge that we have. And of course, lack of adequate funding and appropriate funding. The other challenge that we have is the travel into the communities. Because of the lack of accommodations and high cost of travel, we are not, I guess, you know, we're not funded that much, although I think I was told that our funding will be increased, especially in the crisis management. We charter into the First Nations when we have to send a team in. And so it does cost a lot of money. The other area is there's very limited space accommodation in the communities. And of course, communication challenges within the systems. And also the biggest one that we have is the continued social and healing challenges. We do face a lot of the addictions, addiction issues. Okay, opportunities. I think within our department we see a lot of opportunities to create and enhance community programs through integration of other initiatives. Working with other departments in Matawa First Nations Management, we're trying to look at how we can start integrating our services with the other programs. To increase participation and partnership with other organizations in health transformation and planning for health system change. So that's another opportunity that we hope to continue with. One of the areas that we partner with is in the area of health transformation. Health Co-op does a lot of the actual work in that area, the engagement part, but with my the workers at the community level and our workers as well. Okay, where am I? I'm lost. Okay. To increase access and improve internet and communication systems. I think we all know that we need to continue with the improvements. But it's better than what we used to have before, but we still have challenges in that area. And to increase training and awareness of social emergencies and emergency management. So that's another training initiative that we are looking at, and also an opportunity for our staff and also the members of our communities to be trained in how to manage their emergencies. Currently we have the Abmatung and on the emergency and evacuated, so we've been busy with Abmatung First Nation. So we're talking again training in those areas. So that's just the overall of what Health and Social Management is, the department. And if you want to know more about each area, that's why I gave those handouts of these. There's numbers in there that you can contact that person that's responsible for those programs. Mr. Short and sweet, just like me.
Okay, Miigwech, thank you very much. Coming up next, we have Rapid Links, and we have Wayne Slipperjack providing, and Sherry McCullum.
I got to turn the button off. Bonjour, Kakina. Miigwech Mike Abhijayek. We're going to go through the Rapid Links report here for the delegates. I believe the chiefs are still out. Okay. First of all, there's page 1 here is our 35th annual general meeting. We did recently hire a administrative assistant, Gina Dorr. She took a leave there earlier this month for personal reasons there. She'll be back at the end of next week or early the following week. We do have Rob Wesley and Paul Parody as well as part of the Rapid Links team with Matawa. Next page. This is just the who's doing the oh, right here. Green. Okay. Okay, this is the program description for Rapid Links. Matawa First Nations leaders took control of their own broadband future in 2013 when they learned that Bell Canada's NAN project, fiber optic broadband network funded by Ontario, could not connect Matawa First Nations as promised. Matawa First Nations management, Matawa, formed a broadband working group with representatives from the 5 remote Matawa First Nations and Ireland. Working together, they developed a plan to obtain funding and build Rapid Links network as advanced, ultra-fast fiber optic network with virtually unlimited capacity to connect the remote Matawa First Nations together and to the global internet. Matawa and the Broadband Working Group created Rapid Links Telecommunications LLP, a for-profit corporation formed to own, govern, and operate the Rapid Links network when operational. The corporation is governed by a board of directors with 1 director appointed by each of the Matawa First Nations. In 2017, Matawa applied for and received $63.7 million from Canada and Ontario to connect Nivernamik, Webikwe, Mishkandiga, Abmatung, Martin Falls, and Ireland together and to the global internet. Construction started in 2020 and is expected to be completed by fall of 2024. In 2021, Matawa applied for and received an additional $63.4 million from Canada and Ontario to expand the Rapid Links network to Long Lake 58, Ginogaming, and Constance Lake. Engineering is in progress. Construction is expected to begin in 2024 and be completed by December 2025. Oops, wrong button. Sorry. Okay, build Rapid Links fiber optic backbone to all 9 Matawa First Nations and light network for service. Phase 1, construction started February 2020. Completion expected fall 2024. Rapid Links will be connected to Rogers Communications at Ginogaming in 2024. Rogers will connect Rapid Links to the global internet backbone in Toronto. Phase 1 lit for service in fall 2024. Build Rapid Links, okay, continue with that. Phase 2, engineering began in 2022. Construction to start in 2024. Rapid Links connected to Rogers at Ginogaming in 2024. Long Lake 58 connected in 2024. Constance Lake connected in 2025. Rapid Links connected to Bell at Wanneman Lake in 2025. Wanneman Lake connection will provide second route to the internet for Rapid Links. Effective mitigation of risks to the project due to contractor failure in 2022. Alternate contractors started construction in January 2023. Phase 1, 62% complete as of May 31st, 2023. Equipment shelters delivered to 5 remote First Nations and Airland. Shelters ordered for Ginogaming, Long Lake 58, Constance Lake, First Nations, and Wanneman Lake. Design completed for Sienna optical equipment to light the Rapid Links network at all 9 locations in Wanneman Lake. Optical equipment ordered in process, pending completion of negotiations with Sienna value-added reseller. So what you see in the picture there is one of the shelters that we shipped up to the communities. This is in Airland. Okay, continue on with located Rogers fiber optic network route to interconnect Rapid Links from Ginogaming to the global internet backbone. Toronto connection allows Rapid Links to buy wholesale internet service at lowest prices in Canada. Rogers interconnection significantly lowered Rapid Links wholesale pricing. Rapid Links non-recurring cost of connecting lowered by 81%, saving approximately $2.7 million. Rapid Links recurring monthly cost decreased by approximately 70% for 10 times more capacity. 4 qualified and experienced operating partners submitted proposals for operation of Rapid Links during 5-year startup period. Clear Cable Communications Division of Rogers Communications selected by MFN and Rapid Links Board of Directors. Clear Cable designed optical equipment to match its own, ensuring that the systems will integrate seamlessly and eliminating the cost of operator training. Negotiation of operating agreement between MFNM and Clear Cable in process. The picture you see is there is the route for the Rapid Links network from Constance Lake to Ginogaming and connecting to Wanneman Lake. Some of the challenges that we faced over the last couple of years is the Nishkanigat to Webequay route. What we found was that there was heavy rock between Webequay and Nishkanigat. Route redesigned to shorten distance to bypass worst sections of rock, resulting in cost savings of approximately $8.2 million. Detailed re-engineering and amendment to Ontario permit required, delaying construction until 2024. What you see in the maps is the one that says original route was our original route. The proposed route is right there where the red line cuts to the closer to Nivnavik. We have been in talking with the communities there regarding this change. I believe we just need to sit down with all communities to finalize the route so that we can get the engineering done and submit that for a permit. Okay, the further challenges, these delays in scheduling consultations for phase 2 construction and redesign of phase 1. All consultations now completed except for Nivnavik and Martin Falls. Wrongful taking of fiber belonging to Rapid Links by contractor that failed. Recovery of the fiber could not be completed while 2023 Winter Road was available, delaying construction until 2024. Reels now recovered and tested by MFNM and staged in Nakina and Pick Lake. Warmer than usual temperatures impacted Winter Road conditions. Wildfires across Canada may cause further delays. Opportunities for direct employment during construction. Indirect benefit by providing support services and resources such as accommodations, fuel, meals, and camp services to the construction and inspections teams throughout the project. Future opportunities may for direct employment, technical and operational support services when the network is active. Continue on with the opportunities. All nine Matawa First Nations communities will have abundant and affordable internet service over advanced fiber optic cable. Matawa First Nations will own, control, and operate Rapid Links system valued at over $134.4 million at completion. Ontario and Canada investment in Rapid Links amounts to over $92,000 per household. Fiber optic cable is next generation technology due to its long life, reliability, and virtually unlimited capacity. Education, healthcare, public safety, and economic development will be transformed by access to the high-speed, ultra-high capacity fiber optic network and fast, reliable, and affordable internet service. Matawa First Nations will own, govern, and operate the only long-haul fiber optic network in Ontario's far north, and will interconnect with their network to the global internet backbone at one of the largest wholesale interconnection points in Canada, at Toronto. Ownership and interconnection to the global internet backbone will ensure that Matawa First Nations will control their own digital future. Here is the list of the Rapid Links Board of Directors. Arrowland First Nation is Sam Kashkish, Constance Lake First Nation, Wayne Negan, Abmatung First Nation, Donald Misitawagizik, Ginogamig First Nation, Henry Wabus, Long Lake 58 First Nation, Chris Kendall, Martin Falls First Nation, Robert Muniz, who's the treasurer. Nishkanaga First Nation, Edward Muniz. Niivanamik First Nation, Matthias Sophia, who is the secretary. And finally, James Shiganakwe, president from Webakwe First Nation. And that concludes our presentation to the delegation here. Miigwech for your time, and if you have any questions, we'll be sitting at the back there. Miigwech.
Okay, so next on the agenda is technical services by Severio Rizzo. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to present in front of you today. And thank you to Long Lake 58 for hosting this annual general meeting. So I'm, as she mentioned, I'm Severio Rizzo. I'm the acting tech manager at Matawa. So I'll go through a few of our projects that we have. We have some, go to the next slide here, sorry. Capital projects in housing, NIBI services, which is our water hub, environmental and public health, emergency management and fire. Here's just a photo of a newer duplex that was built in Yamatang. So I'll start off by going through each community and list the current and new projects. So for Arrowland, there's a solid waste management plan, capital planning study, fire hall emergency building study, daycare, there's some school sprinkler upgrades, recycling program, garbage truck, mainline repairs, wastewater lagoon expansion study. There's some new housing units that are close to completion. There's 6 major renovations through the Rapid Housing Initiative through CMHC, and there's a renovation through CMHC and 10 new renovations through ISK's immediate needs, which just have started. Constance Lake, we have some school repairs that are ongoing. We're hoping they come to an end soon. There's an assessment that's ongoing as well, solid waste transfer site, wastewater system and lagoon upgrade, minor capital allocation for capital planning study. There's a 8-unit Section 95 new houses through CMHC. That's Canada Mortgage and Housing. And there's also 6 new units through the Rapid Housing Initiative. There's 2 through ISK's housing program as well. And they have some renovations through ISK that they got approved through as well, or this past year. I have a couple of pictures here. The top one is a duplex in Arrowland, and beside that it's a conceptual drawing of the elders' proposed lodge. And at the bottom we have the lagoon project for Constance Lake. Oh, wrong one. Okay, so we move on to Yabmatang. There's a soil remediation project that is coming to an end very soon. Landfill project as well. A new generator install and upgrades at the power plant. There's some heavy equipment repairs and maintenance. And there's a water and wastewater professional services accommodation. that was brought up to the community. So for most of the remote communities, just an aside, there was a definite need for these water and wastewater professional services, so there will be accommodations for the operators when they go up. There's the East End development. It's currently waiting for a project approval request, school feasibility project, and there's quite a few new builds through the Rapid Housing Initiative. There's duplexes through ISK's housing program. There was also some isolation suites that are being built up there, and there was a new sewage truck that was purchased and brought up on the Winter Road this February. In Ganoogameen, there's a recycling program, a garbage truck project, municipal type service agreement. There's 9 single houses, a new fourplex that was built through the Rapid Housing Initiative that is complete now. Some houses that were built through ISK, and there's a CMHC Section 95 project to start, and some renovations as well that have started. The pictures will start at the top left there, so that's a new duplex that was built in Yebitung. Same with, there's a diesel generation upgrade on the right there from Yebitung as well. And at the bottom left, we have a unit that was built through RHI, Rapid Housing Initiative in Ganoogameen, and there's a garbage truck there that's similar to the one that they'll be getting. Long Lake 58, again, there's a recycling program. There was an application sent for funding, garbage truck as well, municipal type agreement, general store upgrade and public works yard, capital planning study, retrofit to the elementary school. There's a new sixplex and duplex being built through Rapid Housing Initiative. It's happening right now in the community. The build is underway. It's the framing stage. There's quite a few renovations through ISK's programs. There was 10 total. Actually, sorry, yeah, there's 10 total, and then there's 7 more renovations through CMHC's Section 95 project. For Martin Falls, it's a Hydro One remote diesel generating station upgrade, school repairs that are ongoing, and upgrades, modulars, and fourplex teacherages that were completed. There's a solid waste management plan that's underway. Water and wastewater professional accommodations that is going to be built, a low lift station rebuild, some major renovations through CMHC, and a new isolation unit that has 3 suites as well. And there's three new builds, new houses to start through ISK. I believe they got materials on the Winter Road for that. And major renovation that happened in Long Lake 58. And the one on the right and the bottom picture is some teacherages that were, well, the top one on the right was built, just finished a few months ago. And the bottom one is some modulars that were installed for the teachers, sorry. For moving on to Niskandaga, solid waste management plan as well, Hydro One remote diesel generating station upgrades, and hopefully we'll start next year. Material to be brought on the Winter Road for that. nursing station remediation upgrades, winter road crossing, temporary bridge and inspections, another winter road bridge design, a new NAPS detachment, capital planning study, water and wastewater assessment that is currently being done, soil remediation project. There's an ongoing rapid housing initiative project. There's 5 duplexes being built. Another duplex through ISK that is probably about, as of today, probably 75 to 80% completed. There was another project that had some minor items that were left to be done on the major renovations, and there's a new isolation suite, 6 units that is under construction right now, and there's a 4-plex through ISK that has started this summer. Okay, moving on to Nibinamik. There's an addition to Reserve Environmental Assessment Phase 3. Independent Power Authority operational support. There was a generator that's purchased, and there's some work to be done on that. The winter road crossing upgrades. A solid waste management plan. There was a hazardous waste winter road prep and backhaul that was done on this past winter road. Diesel generating station upgrades, airport tank system and school fuel system upgrades, water and wastewater professionals accommodation, lagoon rehabilitation, and there was quite a few new builds through the Rapid Housing Initiative as well. There was a 5-plex, a 4-plex, a triplex, and a duplex. Those are now all completed. There's some housing renovations through ISK, and they have another housing project through CMHC Section 95 that is now completed as well. Okay, we have some pictures here. So from the top left is the duplex that's under construction in Neskantaga through the Rapid Housing Initiative. And the picture on the top right is a soil remediation project that shows the general area where that is happening in Neskantaga. The bottom picture on the left is the 5-plex in Nibinamik that is now completed through the Rapid Housing Initiative. And the picture on the bottom right is of the new water plant that is close to completion. Webakwe, there's quite a few projects here. There's airport remediation project, solid waste management plan, waste diversion, winter road crossing upgrades, Hydro One remote diesel generating station upgrades still being worked on, school repairs and upgrades, modular classroom portables install, school feasibility study, new teacherages, that's to be determined. Water and wastewater professional service accommodation, that is under construction right now. Project management on different housing projects. Band representation building, which is proposal was submitted for that. Yeah, there's been an arena design, and so that is a proposed project. Elders Complex feasibility studies to be determined. Garage building feasibility study. Disaster mitigation fund, that's a proposed project as well. There was some housing units built through ISK, 2 of them, and there was renovation through RAP, which is Residential Rehabilitation Assistance Program through CMHC. And there's also a isolation unit that has 3 suites that was just completed as well. We have a couple more pictures here from Webequay. The one at the top is an empty biocell for the Ministry of Transportation. And the bottom one is the isolation 3-suite unit that was just recently built. So we'll move on to the NEB services for the water hub. So there's 24-hour on-call support for water operators, remote monitoring through our HoboLink system. There's logistics for parts and materials when needed, project management for minor and major repairs, operator support when possible. There was 62 after-hour calls to assist with operation and maintenance concerns, the various water plants, monthly calibration and servicing of analyzers when required, routine maintenance of the calibration equipment, and reviewed best operating practices with plant operators to optimize plant operations and maintenance. So we'll touch on environmental public health. We have two, or EHOs for short, we have 2 environmental health officers on staff. So some of the work that they've been doing, they do bacterial water testing. They've done 34 visits this year, quarterly testing, 24 visits, wastewater monitoring. These samples are typically taken from the lagoon. Food safety course, which just started. It's available to be presented annually at schools. Communicable disease programs. There's various different cases there. Housing, environmental health inspections, mold, indoor air quality, pest infestation, routine kitchen, daycare, etc. Biomedical waste disposal, waste disposal. When they take sharps back, environmental health officers have instilled a number of temporary boil water advisories as well due to various reasons, and those have been since lifted after the proper water testing was provided. Moving on to emergency management and fire. Our emergency management coordinator has a Fire Smart program in all 9 communities, flood and fire mapping as well. Our emergency management coordinator is partnering with 4 Rivers on that. 911 data collection as well. Community emergency response plans. So those are in various stages for each community. Our fire marshal has told me that we did not have one serious fire injury or fatal fire in 22-23, which is good. There have been fires on buildings, but on the bright side, there's been no serious injuries or fatalities. The fire marshal continues to work with our First Nation fire departments for additional fire protection equipment, fire training, fire prevention, and furthering development of critical building fire safety. They continue to work on fire safety plans in all the communities and various building inspections for fire investigations as well. Here we have a few pictures of the Fire Smart program. There's some training done in the field and in the classroom. And on the bottom left is a bush fire truck that a couple of remote communities are receiving on the winter road this upcoming year. And we hope that that can happen for all the communities, but it's dependent on funding. So I know Webequay and board. We're required to have certified operators oversight, and we'll have to advocate for an extension of our water hub program through ISK so that we can staff additional operators to assist and mentor community operators. There should also be a succession plan to bring in younger operators with proper training to take over when the current operators retire as well, or if there's relief required. For capital and housing projects in the communities, this past season was kind of like the tail end of COVID. So COVID did definitely play a part in causing some delays for construction. But things seem to have slowly gotten back on track and kind of back to normal moving forward. And currently tech services is short-staffed, and especially this past year, and we need to have additional people hired on our end. Some opportunities. We'll continue to work with ISK in regards to the Matawa Water Hub, as I mentioned, and in regards to additional staff and extending the funds in future years. And there's some project management opportunities that are coming available within the some of the capital projects that some staff have taken on. And we'll continue to have some of these project management opportunities as well moving forward. And we're looking forward to assisting this upcoming year. Miigwech.
Thank you very much for your presentation. As far as resolutions that is required, we will be postponing that till at a later, maybe when the majority of the chiefs get from their meeting. And we're going to skip right through 3 o'clock, the presentation of annual reports to KCATS. And I want to welcome Mr. Ron Wesley.
Ron.
When does he not like being in the spotlight?
Ron Wesley and David Megan. Megan. All right.
Right here. Or right here, Ron. Ron.
I know, eh?
Let me see it now. All right. Hello, my name is Ron Wesley. I'm from Constant Lake First Nation. I just want to acknowledge the drum that was this morning, and the 2 elders that spoke, as well as the chiefs that are here. It's always good to hear elders speak at every conference that we go to. I think that's very important because they give you a lot of wisdom, words of wisdom, and if you really listen to them, they give you encouragement too as well. I listened to this assembly all afternoon and all morning long, and we spoke of many things, good things, positive things. But the only hindrance that we have, I guess, would be the drug addiction and alcoholism that exists within our communities. I have a job that I travel from coast to coast. And I traveled to Iqaluit, Cambridge Bay, and all these places. And we all share that same problem that exists with when I became a president about 2 years ago. We seem to be paddling up river most of the time. But now we corrected that ship, and I think we're going to start paddling the right direction. We have 8 board members. You know, I don't know if they're all here. If they can stand up as well and introduce themselves. Nobody here? Okay, there's Leslie Adloken from what's it there? Amatong, Port Hope. And we have Lisa Eacham from Kanugaming. We have Richard Roundhead from Summer Beaver. And we have who else? Eunice McGisson from Ireland, Dorothy Sackney from Nescandiga, Maria Baxter from Arden Falls, and Norman Schwebik from Webequie First Station. You know, it's encouraging what we're doing at KKETS. I think we found our path. We got a bright young man there that works with us. You know, we don't give him enough credit for all the work he's doing. I think we have to, you know, when we have these young guys that are coming up, and we should give them all the encouragement that we can. I fully support Dave in everything that he does, you know, because we won't be as a newcomer to the elderly age here. I just turned 65, and you know, it's encouraging when you have young guys like Dave who take over the reins. And I just wanted to say that, you know, we should really focus on some of the things that we, the youth in our communities, we're losing too many. I heard that all afternoon and all morning, and we're losing too many. We lost, you know, in our community just alone. I don't know how many, but since 2017, too many. And I like to I like to take my hat off to all the chiefs and all the people that work at Matawa. They do a lot of work as well, and for every agency within our organization as one. You know, we got to give everybody credit. And with that, I'll just hand the reins over to Dave here. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ron, for those very kind words. First of all, I'd like to thank Judy Desmolin for hosting this meeting. Angie Britt, I don't know if she's here or not. Thank you for your coordination, and we miss you at KKETS. Come back soon. As well as Carol Odette, we're going to have to give you a big fruit basket or whatever for the wonderful work and your patience working with myself and the KKET staff, as well as all the chief and councils. In the last few weeks, we went up to all of your communities, and I'd like to thank you for inviting us and providing us in terms of being a wonderful host for us, and we look forward to working with all of you in the very near future. We have a lot of work to do in the next couple of years, as well as I'd like to thank Dr. Lana Ray and Dr. Anita Vancourt from Lakehead University. These two wonderful ladies are going to do great and wonderful work for us as well. I really do appreciate in terms of you know, listening and talking with us and giving us recommendation and providing us guidance, especially within our wellness program and our research project. With that, I could start with the PowerPoint. And also, I forgot you, Ron. and also Ron Wesley. With Ron, he is a very intelligent man who's been a great supporter of KCATS as well as a very strong advisor for myself personally. You know, with everything that's happening within KCATS and our growth, that Ron has been one of our strongest supporters, and also in terms of laying his wisdom on myself, and I'm very grateful for that. You know, Ron, I want to thank you for all your wonderful support. So I'm going to go fairly quickly within this report here, and then I'll take it over to my staff. This report here is identical to what we presented to all the chief and councils in the communities, and we will be doing further presentations in August and September. Also as well, we're looking to have another gathering within KCATS in the week of September 12th. We're hoping that you know, the chief and thank you, Ron. So currently, this is what we do at KCATS. I'm just going to go through this as fast as I can. Creating opportunities, employment opportunities for community members, provide adult education program, and Una will be talking more about this during her presentation with our CAPE program. Provide financial support through ISETS dollars through our CRF and EIA, and Roxanne Chapakizek is going to be talking more about that. Improving the number of individuals in the apprenticeship field. I'll be talking a bit about that later on in my presentation. Improve food security in the remote First Nations Harvester Support Grant. Rick, we need you to come to Ottawa with us in terms of lobbying on behalf of Ganuguming and Constance Lake to be included in terms of our contribution agreement. They're going to be presenting that sometime in September to the Treasury Board, and we'd like to have Constance Lake and Ganuguming to be part of that. And support training and mindfulness and well-being, which Dr. Lana Ray and Dr. Anita Valancourt will be presenting on after my presentation. So about 3 years ago, the Board of Directors met, and they went around the circle, and they asked, they were talking about in terms of what direction should we give with KCATS. One is improving employment opportunities, developing partnership, but one thing that all Board of Directors did talk about is in terms of improving the housing conditions in your communities, and we have taken steps to actually do that this time for this fiscal year. So regarding our implementation, community-based training, building capacity, addressing the social needs of our people, building community wealth, and documenting results. So these are basically the 5 pillars that we're going to be focusing on in the next 3 to 5 years, with an emphasis on community development. So the first thing that I'd like to talk to everybody about is the Center of Excellence. So one of the things that immediately that we realized when I started at KCATS is that we actually had no way to deliver training programs in any of your communities. We have always struggled in terms of finding space. So Tracy Willoughby and myself, we started writing proposals, contacting FedNor and so forth, and what happened was they said they don't support money for training centers. So we threw the word innovation in there, and then Tracy and I started working on these proposals and working with different teams and so forth. And then this gentleman within Discovery, it was Patrick Casey, came along and he said, do you need a hand? And I said, sure, you know, we could always use more help. And what he did is he just ran with it. Like in terms of the original concept was about 6,000 square feet, but through our work with Patrick Casey, it actually increased to over 20,000 square feet now. So this, oops, going the wrong way. We're looking to actually put this in all of the communities. We're going to be focusing first on five remote communities, including Maryland, and then working with Constance Lake and Ganuguming after that. And we're still waiting for word from 58 in terms of how we're going to proceed with you guys. I'm going to be traveling up again sometime soon for further talk about that. But with these Center of Excellence, that's going to be kind of your rock or your foundation in terms of moving forward with KCATS and Matawa. So we've approached Fed Nord, Northern Ontario Heritage Fund, ONAFRA, and so forth for the support of this facility. And this facility will be owned by your communities. And with this ownership, it's also going to be a focus on, in terms of your, be your economic hub for the future. So in this picture here, you could see there's 2 smart classrooms, and that could be converted into courtrooms. 3 shops on the right-hand side, office for KCATS, and Matawa Commons, which would be in terms of would be Sarah Cochran and her group with 4 Rivers. And the top floor would have the Discovery House Greenhouse, Fitness Center, as well as accommodations. And this drawing here is a preliminary drawing, and it will be modified within the next month or so. So moving on to housing and building capacity. One thing that we have, let me just go ahead, it's too far ahead. One thing that we've done within KCATS in the last year and a half is we applied to become a training delivery agent, and that'll allow us to provide Red Seal certification for your community members. But more importantly, with that actually comes dollars. These dollars are to be used for tuition, wage subsidy, as well as tools and training. So what we want to do in terms of with all the communities within Matawa is that to work together and use your major capital dollars or Section 95 as your rapid housing and work together and actually build our own houses. And what we do is with KCATS, we provide the training supports so that we'd be able to get more Red Seal people, individuals in your communities, as well as individuals to do project management. And the goal here is that eventually within 3 to 5 years that each community would have the ability to actually be your own construction company, and you wouldn't have to bring out outside people. KCATS will be providing rent and lease in terms of for rivers and so forth, and we're looking for these facilities to create economic development revenue for your communities. And what we're looking to do with this is actually when the Ring of Fire happens, I know that some of you disagree with that, but I do believe, you know, there is something's going to happen in the future regarding that. And what happened in terms of the community of Atawapiskat is, you know, they're basically promised the sun and moon and everything else when they moved, De Beers moved into Atawapiskat. And, you know, they came and they left, and I met several community members, and what they basically said was all the same thing. They said they were promised this and that and everything, and then they came and went and never stuck with the same housing problems or social problems and so forth. And that what this will allow us to do is in terms of trying to prevent that. Because by building capacity, you'd be able to take advantage of in terms of the road that's going to be built, in terms of the infrastructure that's going to be built, in terms of the Ring of Fire. Harvester Support Grant, just very quickly, Tracy Willoughby will be elaborating more on this. We received $4.5 million over an 18-month period to support food security as well as traditional harvesting activities. We've done a number of deliveries, I believe, to all the communities now. Each community received about 8,000 pounds worth of food, as well as we've been supporting harvesting activities such as buying bullets, nets, canoes, prospectors' tents, and so forth. So we really need to get Rick to help us with in terms of our lobbying efforts, include all Matawa communities. So we received $4.5 million, and that money has to be spent by March 2024. Funding is used to support food banks and local harvesting activities, and Tracy will elaborate more on that. So with becoming a training delivery agent now, according to the apprenticeship branch, that KCATS is actually the first a group outside of a college or a union to actually acquire that certification. So we are the first in Ontario to deliver this program, and according to the individuals with the apprenticeship branch, they actually see KCATS as the first one actually in Canada to hold that designation. And what that allows us to do is get supports for the Red Seal carpenters, but more importantly, as we move forward in terms of getting more TDA certifications, we're looking to go into heavy equipment operator, heavy equipment mechanic, construction craft worker, remote camp cook. Geez, I should know this off my hand. But anyways, I'll kind of elaborate a bit more when I travel to the communities. What this will allow us to do is accelerate in terms of our applications. So we're looking to be certified in those other trades within the next 4 to 5 months. And once we have training for that, then it'll allow us to actually provide more training resources for your communities. And more importantly, what we're basing everything on is actually activities that will be occurring in your communities. That all the training will occur in your First Nation and not in terms of like in Thunder Bay at KCATS and so forth. So this is all community-based training. TDA, you don't have to listen. You don't have to listen to me say that again. Benefits to Matawa. This here is probably in terms of the most important program we've developed within KCATS. And one of the biggest employment barriers that we have within KCATS and Matawa communities, as well as communities within NAN and so forth, is the employment barrier that we bring into the workforce. And what happens is that, yes, we could train individuals, yes, we could train operators, yes, we could train carpenters and so forth, but what ends up happening is that the individual's personal demons end up taking over and they are unable to sustain their job. And a lot of what, you probably heard me say this a few times now, but what the brain, when you have a traumatic event that happens, the brain can't actually tell the difference between an event and a memory. So what happens with those individuals, they develop their own coping mechanism. So what we're doing at KCATS, we introduced mindfulness. And with that mindfulness, it's just very simple procedures. It's just meditation, breath work, and positive affirmations. And I want to state one thing, is that we ran a program last year called the LIST program. And with that program, we ran it in Constance Lake, Port Hope, and Arrowland First Nation. And our success rate was approximately 5% in terms of individual to completion. Now what we did through the great work of Diane Wesley, and she's done amazing work in terms of with this program, is that she introduced breath work, meditation, and included positive affirmations. And our success rate went from 5% to 70% success rate. And that is a huge jump. So what usually happens in terms of when you're running training programs, we have a lot of dropouts and so forth. But through the work of Diane, that we're able to actually, not only in terms of teaching individuals in terms of the breath work and those affirmations, but as well as, which is surprising to me, is that we're able to also sense a community among all the participants. And what we're going to do with all our program after we finish with Discovery House is that we're actually going to be, with those individuals, expanding that program right through all the programs within KCATS. Because really what's happening is when you do breath work and meditation, or you give those individuals positive affirmations, is that you raise the individual's dopamine levels. And dopamine makes people happy, it makes people at peace, it makes people laugh, it does all those things. And the antithesis of dopamine is cortisol. And with that, it's basically a defense mechanism that the body has, and whenever that there's a very stressful event. And what happens is whenever somebody goes through any type of abuse or those indecencies that we suffer, is that the body just percolating with cortisol, and what happens? It attacks your body, it attacks your lungs, it attacks your heart, it attacks your brain, and so forth. And what we do as a coping mechanism is that we resort to drugs, opioids, cocaine, and so forth. And those things are very self-destructive. And what we're doing is that individuals actually go through this program day after day after day, is that we're slowly, in terms of creating their own dopamine, they're creating their own personal high, I guess you want to call it. And eventually what happens after 90 days, that what we've seen with our results so far is that we have a very positive outcome. When I was talking to Anita about this, you heard me saying about the example of the teacher, blah, 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 and he gave positive affirmations to students and they all excelled. So I was picking Anita's brain down in Aurelia there a few weeks ago. And one of the things I asked her in terms of the suicide crisis we suffer. And I said, well, how do we come up with a plan with that? How do we address that? And more or less, she just kind of said that, you're doing that programming right now. And we talked about it further, and really what that is something as simple as kindness. Just by implementing being kind and so forth, is that there was a community in British Columbia, which she'll give me the papers later on, is that they were able to bring their suicide crisis down to 0. And it's such a simple answer, but yet that First Nation was able to do it. And that's basically what we're doing within KCATS is in terms of the affirmations and so forth, is a real focus in terms of being very positive, because once you introduce lateral violence, abuses, and so forth, those individuals, they end up carrying that energy and they end up destroying themselves. But doing the very opposite in terms of creating dopamine, we're able to help people live very healthy lives and actually live to their potential. So this is in terms of the key pillar in terms of KCATS moving ahead, is including trauma-based approach to training, as well as Anita and Lana are going to help us in terms of research this project, so that if we are successful, we want to share it with everybody. And the last thing we want to do within KCATS is actually organizations such as KCATS, we receive hundreds of millions of dollars from the federal and provincial government to deliver these programs. And yet, in terms of the increased quality of life in our communities, there's a slow growth. So what we're hoping to do is to actually see if we make a difference in your communities. And we're going to be starting a research project. It'll be starting within the week or so, or we've already started, I believe. And what we're looking to do is find those key indicators of quality of life and actually see if we make a difference. Because that's what we're here for, is to see actually if we make an improvement in your lives and in your community. With that, I'd like to welcome all the chief and councils to come on September 12th to further discuss this. We've got to form working groups, and we have to make this happen, because it's not going to happen without your assistance, your help. And the biggest thing we need is we need people from your communities to take our programming. Like right now, we had 140 positions available through Discovery House. These individuals receive flip phones, smartwatches, earbuds, and so forth. We reward them with a trip to Disney World. And yet, we had 140 positions available for your community members, and we got 72 applications. Out of that 72 applications, we got 42 actually attended the first day, and of that 42, we actually had 33 that completed the course to completion. We did the second round. It's around 25 individuals, but if we're going to build a house, in terms of if you could find us 100 people, we will create jobs for 100 people. If you give me 200 people, we will do that. It's just a matter in terms of finding those individuals in your community who want to work, as well as to work with us to make this happen. With that, I'd like to invite Anita and Lana to come up and speak. Just the managers are going to speak after.
this mic. Oh. Okay. Bonjour, everybody. My name is Anita. It's very, too closer. How's that? How's that? Is that too loud? I don't want to be screaming at anybody. Okay. Bonjour, everyone. My name is Anita Valancourt. Very happy to be here. Lana and I will introduce ourselves and then we'll start with the presentation. As Dave said, I'm a prof, but I'm also a social worker by trade. I've been a social worker for about 30, I'm telling you my age by saying that, but a long time. And I've done clinical work in trauma-based care, also so in terms of addiction, domestic violence, child welfare work, and also addiction prevention work. So I've done a number of things throughout the years, and then I moved into policy work in academia. So I'm very happy to be doing research in the field, and I think it's a really important area, as I'm sure you all do too. So with that, I'll just let Lana introduce yourselves, and then we'll carry on with the presentation.
Bonjour everyone, Waskanigijiko Gindigo Jalkanoshin Nadodama Paganis and Nadunjaba. Lana Ray Nadijnakas. So I'm Lana Ray. I'm an associate professor at Lakehead University. My community is not too far down the highway, Red Rock Indian Band. And yeah, the work that I do is in regards to education, the interface usually of education and health. And I just want to say miigwech to Matawa and KCATS for the invitation and to Long Lake 58 for hosting as well.
Miigwech. Okay, so we'll get started. This first slide, I'm sure everyone's really familiar, but academics like to start on the first page, so here it is. But these outcomes, I'm sure you see in your communities every day. And we're talking about a higher risk of health issues, and these are all from impacts of colonization. So the trauma associated with colonization, I'm going to get into that in a little more detail in just a second. And we're also talking about, in terms of academic completion, so school completion, we see lower rates among First Nations and Inuit in particular. There are higher rates among Métis. Employment outcomes as well, and we see social outcomes and health outcomes that are quite poor overall compared to non-Indigenous populations. The detrimental effects of stress and trauma, and this all stems, as I'm sure everyone here doesn't need to be told this, is the impacts of residential school and assimilationist policies. And we're continuing to see that, and partly it's because that colonization is not over. It's continuing, it's persistent in the policies and the structures in our society. And so we're continually seeing this impact on health and wellness of Indigenous people. And that trauma, it's also, stress is a big part of that trauma. Often we need to kind of break that apart to fully understand it. And this impacts health in a number of ways. I'm just going to talk about that briefly in a second. So I've decided to include some diagrams here, and Lana has agreed to this too. So I think it's always with a little bit of a visual piece, but what you can see here is what Dave was talking about. When we experience trauma in our lives, and this can be episodic, so trauma, a one-time event, but for Indigenous people and Indigenous communities arising from residential schools, what we seem to think about or hear a lot of the time is trauma that is persistent. It's going through families in terms of, well, as a result of disruption to parent-child relationships, so bonding in the family, and so attachment is really, really important. So what we're seeing here is when people are experiencing stressors from environment, and that can be from the work, home, neighborhood, again, resulting from trauma associated with generational trauma from residential school as a cause, is we see that our body produces stress hormones, and those stress hormones actually create diseases in our bodies. And so when we start to experience diseases like arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, like diabetes, like heart disease, these aren't diseases that are by chance or simply because they're in our family lines or we're inheriting them. They're a direct result of trauma and the ongoing release of these very harmful stress hormones. Our bodies are only equipped to deal with short-term stress responses. But when they become chronic stressors like poverty, unemployment, alcoholism, sexual abuse, violence in our communities, this is what ends up causing this harm. And over time, this can be actually passed along genetically. There's a term for it. The fancy term is, if you want to impress your friends later today, it's epigenetics. But it basically just means that we actually inherit the DNA changes as a result of the trauma. So it's really important that we do have interventions that are specifically targeting trauma. And this is one of the reasons I'm so honored to be involved with KCATS and this research. So the second diagram is really demonstrating what's happening. It's called an anxiety stress cortisol loop. And what happens is we continue to have these stress hormones circulating in our bodies, and it actually impacts things like damages our own organs and creates immune responses in our bodies that are resulting in a number of diseases like rheumatoid arthritis, like heart disease, and a number of other diseases. Back up for a second. Yeah, so this is just another diagram. So you can see here that the health consequences are associated with this. So it's pretty much what I just talked about. So I'll just carry on unless anyone's really keen and wants an explanation of the diagram. Okay, moving on. All right, so this piece here, you'll see on the right side, what we see is the stress response on the left side, and all the areas of the body. I've just talked about a few key ones where it's impacted by the stress hormones. But the actual issues are on the right, where we see employment or underemployment. And this is a result of course, racist policies, but also our own inabilities around health and emotional regulation to be able to manage staying attached to the labor market, keeping a job, getting a job, keeping a job. And of course, this impacts household income. So people who are unemployed, underemployed, don't have a lot of money at home. This impacts access to healthcare, keeping ourselves healthy, buying nutritious food. And goes on to food insecurity and some of the diseases I talked about. And so you have that interaction between diseases and stress. Of course, we start to see these health impacts. Increased risk of, and these are just a few, high blood pressure, heart disease, diabetes, and increased risk of mortality. So we know that Indigenous people, the life expectancy is almost 10 years less than non-Indigenous groups. So it's really, really significant. Poor physical mental health outcomes and greater risk of violence, domestic violence, child abuse, neglect. So all these social issues that impact us on a physical level as well. We have been relying on Western approaches to help with mental health issues in our communities and poverty. And these are rather ineffective, no surprise here, I'm sure. So and I've just listed a few of the reasons that as social workers, we're finally waking up to this fact, and a lot of Western research, a lot of dominant research is starting to acknowledge this. One of the major issues is that you'll see here with Gabor Mate, and also I'll talk about this in the next coming slide, Michael Yellowbird. And what we're seeing is that traditional therapies really separate the mind and the body. And for Indigenous worldviews, people have understood a long time that the four aspects, so emotional, physical, spiritual, and the cognitive pieces are all part of what we need for healing. And for Western approaches, it's been very much dividing that. So we talk to people, we don't really look at the other aspects of their being that are impacting the health and particularly mental health. So we have treatment modalities that are really largely ineffective for Indigenous people. And as Dave mentioned, there is a study in BC that talks about how a youth suicide rate in an Indigenous community in BC went from something like 90% to 0. And the reason it did is in terms of the research in that study, it's because that community they started embracing cultural identity, traditional practices, language, reclamation. All those pieces are really important for that healing to take place. And so that's just one example of why Indigenous methods are superior to Western ones in many ways. The separation from the person and their environment, same issues. It's really the lack of cultural appropriateness in service delivery. So that cultural piece needs to be recognized, and it needs to be within the models of therapy that we're doing.
And maybe just to add to that a little bit, so we're seeing this approach being used more widely. So even some of the work that I do with Treaty 3, we're doing some work around cancer prevention and cancer treatment. And I get to work with some different traditional healers on that. And that's one of the things that they always share, the linkage between cancer and trauma. So we're working to implement traditional healing interventions that are focused on addressing trauma as a form of cancer prevention, as well as cancer treatment. And in that work, we've been able to bring it and be part of a global network. And bring it to the global network, we're actually being leaders in terms of some of the work that's happening around the world. And we know some of this, right, is happening. We understand the linkages and the need for holistic health within our own communities and our own knowledge systems. But in terms of Western science and Western research, it's just kind of starting to catch up. So when I bring this to an international forum, people are really excited about it and wanting to learn more. So that work that's happening, this work in regards to employment and training that's actually focused on mind-body connection is really at the forefront of what's happening.
Oh, sorry. So that's resulted in a shift in focus, and again, Western science is catching up to what Indigenous people have always known, and that just happens to be the way practice and research are going, but at least it's happening. And so you'll see here that we're drawing on Yellowbird's work, Michael Yellowbird's work. We're going to talk about him, his framework in a second here on neurodecolonization. And basically, it's this acknowledgement of the impacts of colonization and the trauma aspect of it on the health and well-being of Indigenous people. And so so that's one aspect of what's happening. The other is in terms of public health. There's been a growing recognition that we need to start looking at the root causes of issues like structural racism. And so the social determinants of health is a really key one, and we have a diagram on the next page to talk about that. But basically what's happening is the approaches are moving away from that separation of the mind and only having talk therapy, expecting people to leave their communities and come into offices to talk to a white therapist, and so leaving everything familiar and the support system behind. And we know that those kinds of modalities are actually re-traumatizing people. And so we're really advocating through research to change the way practice is happening and to make it more Indigenous centered and focused.
And I just wanted to touch on this concept of mindfulness. I know when me and Dave first started talking about it in the context of this project, I was, like, what are you referring to? And mindfulness is something that's definitely been appropriated by the West in many ways. So really wanted to understand what that meant and really make those connections. Like, what does that actually mean for us as Anishinaabe people, mindfulness? Like, how is that relevant? How does that relate to us? And within the program that KCET's designed with Diane and Jade and others at KCET's, they're really focusing on three main components. So breath work being part of it, actually being present and in the moment, and positive affirmations as well. And so when you think about that, depending on where you're situated, if you participate in land-based practice or maybe some cultural practices, like, we don't necessarily use that word mindfulness, but we see that those things are integral and those skills are being developed. So when I looked at some of the PowerPoints today, I saw the last slide has moose on it. So even if you're thinking about, right, you're out hunting and you see like a big bull moose, if you get too excited and then you're breathing really heavy or whatever, you're probably not going to have a really great shot. So even in terms of hunting, right, there's that work to help you in regards to your breathing and to be able to actually practice and work with your breath work. And same thing, right, if you're like in a sweat lodge or something, regulating your breathing, you learn that as well. And then if we're thinking about mindfulness, same thing, right? If you're on the land, you have to be present. If ceremony is part of what you do, there's a presence there. And when we're thinking about positive affirmations, right, that's fundamental when we're thinking about, we always talk about strength-based approaches. So that's really inherent to who we are as Indigenous peoples. So even though, that language of mindfulness isn't used, part of what's happening in the program is being able to build on that and think about other ways too. How do we incorporate mindfulness in ways that are relevant to KCAT's communities, in ways that make sense to support employment and training? And I often find too, right, like in a lot of the work that we do, we have interactions with other First Nations, and then interactions with like ISK and the federal government and provincial government. So we're often, when we're thinking about nation-to-nation relationships, we're focused on like, Canadian government and First Nations. But for us being our own nations too, and thinking about our ability to actually engage with other nations. So part of the work too is being able to, how do we work between nations as well? We could even build off of and learn from some of the practices from other nations, from the East as well, and see what works and what doesn't. So I actually had the privilege of doing my master's research about 20 years ago now in Ganugaming. And I remember that was something that someone told me when I was thinking and learning from other knowledge systems. They're like, it's pretty simple. If there's something along the way that works, pick it up. If not, just set it aside and leave it. So that's something that's always stuck with me that I personally use as well. And so that's what part of this program is. So how do we integrate mindfulness within employment and training? And through the evaluation that I'll talk, me and Anita will talk a little bit more about, it's how do we actually, come to understand what works, what do we want to pick up and take with us to develop a program that can be as effective and as relevant as possible. And maybe there's things that we need to leave as well. So that's really part of the point of the program evaluation and the research work that we're doing with KCATS, and how we've come to kind of conceive of how mindfulness relates to employment and training in a First Nations context.
One of the things that a lot of people don't understand about trauma is, if everybody just kind of quickly closed their eyes and think about an elephant, think about the ears and the tusk and the feet and it's stomping on the ground. And now stop thinking about that elephant. Don't think about the tusk, don't think of the gray skin, don't think of anything. Try to stop thinking about that elephant. Really try to stop focusing about the elephant. And what's up happening is that you could open your eyes now, is that, trauma is the exact same thing. And one of the biggest problems, and Nita and I were talking about this in terms of talk therapy, is that an individual goes in and talks about in terms of what happened with their lives and their events and so forth that is traumatic for them. And what happens is that through that talk therapy, what's been happening with those individuals is the body starts releasing cortisol and so forth, and you end up carrying that garbage for the rest of the day, rest of the week, maybe even the rest of the month. And what we're trying to do more or less with KCATS is the exact opposite. We want to stop individuals to stop thinking about the traumatic events. And it's a very simple method if you really think about it. It's, I just want to lead everybody with a very quick exercise. I will go as fast as I can with this. I did this for the board of directors at KCATS. So if I could have everybody in this room just kind of close their eyes, please. Everybody. Close your eyes. Now what I want you to do is take a deep breath, fill up your lungs through your nose, and then exhale. Do that again. Take a deep breath through your nose, fill up your lungs maximum to capacity, and then exhale. Now what I want everybody to do now is just visualize a small little white dot way off in the distance. And just focus on that white dot. Now that white dot, imagine it getting larger and larger. It's about the size of a golf ball, now a baseball, now a basketball, now a beach ball. Now it's so huge you could barely look at it. It's so bright. And you're just right in front of it. It's at the tip of your nose. And it's pure white and it's pure bright. You could barely look at it. It's so bright. And now what I want everybody to do is imagine that white light going into your toes on the left side of your foot. Now through your toes, through your ankles, through your shins, your kneecap, your thighs. Now do that to the other side. With your toes, your foot, your shins, your calves, your kneecap, the thigh of your leg, and now both legs become that white light. Now imagine with your fingers, each individual fingers on your left-hand side, they become that white light and just slowly just glows and glows and glows. Now your hand, now your wrist, your forearm, your elbow, your bicep, and now your shoulder. Now with your right hand, your fingers, your hand, your wrist, your forearms, your elbows, your biceps, now your shoulders. Now start with your torso, your stomach, and you become that white light with your stomach, now your chest, now you're at your neck. And now finally it becomes in terms of your head where it slowly goes up and you become that white light that's in front of you, so that white light has vanished. So I want to invite everybody to open their eyes now. What's really happening with this process is that we have this thing called the conscious or the thinker in our brain or the ego self. And what that thing does traditionally for us is that as Indigenous people is that, you know, in the fall we had imagine not imagine, but we plan in terms of going up the river and preparing for winter. For the winter, you know, we make sure we had the food and so forth. We had shelter in the spring. Oh, we have to go to this area for breakup and so forth. And once we're there in the summer, we have to do this. And even for myself this morning, how I use that thinker is I have to get up, you know, I have to eat. I have to take, in terms of my diabetics, so I have to take my medication. And that's the role of the thinkers in terms of helping us survive and live. But what has happened with individuals that suffer through trauma is that now that thinker is in hyperdrive. So everything, like in terms of triggers, it could be a Toronto Maple Leaf logo, or it could be a song, it could be anything that will trigger that. And once that memory is triggered, then boom, 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 your body releases cortisol, and then what happens with those individuals, that's the greatest risk they have in terms of relapsing if they're in recovery. And what we want to do is, in terms of a thinker, through that method of meditation, breath work, and those affirmations, is that allows us individuals to rebalance in terms of the refocus, because what happens is that thinker is just kind of injecting all these hormones into the body and it's not stopping. And for individuals, that's going to be very traumatic in terms of reliving one of those memories. And what we want to do is just exactly like the elephant, is we want to actually put a stop to it. So what we do is how to stop thinking about the elephant is through those techniques which Diane has mastered in the program. And through those techniques, we're able to kind of help those individuals from going through a traumatic experience to being at peace. And if you think about in terms of even like racism that we experience every single day, I mean every single day, in terms of going to the store or running into people or so forth, those comments and so forth, each one of those events are actually triggers, and each one of those events will actually release cortisol in the body. And what will happen is that if you don't have that technique down, is that that'll allow you to actually just almost ruin you, and to the point where Anita was saying that it actually shortens our life. It attacks our heart, that cortisol, it attacks our limbs, it attacks everything. And then basically what happens is that individuals have those unresolved issues. They develop their coping mechanisms. So what we're basically doing at KCANS is that we're training the mind. That's why we call it mindfulness, in terms of the participants we have is that we're actually training them in terms of doing these methods so that when they're triggered by those events, that we give them a tool to stop it. And it sounds simple and so forth, but you know, it's actually, it's just like any other skill. It's in terms of riding a bike, driving a car, learning to play the guitar, playing the piano, like it's like every other skill. And it's something that we do have to master if we want to kind of have healthy communities. And that's why in terms of Anita and Lana's work is very important, is because that's exactly what we're doing with in terms of this. And we actually want to document it, because once we document it, then we're able to share it with other communities, because one of the biggest problems, like in terms of Ring of Fire potential, it's huge, like in terms of there's not enough Matawa members to take all those jobs, but if our community members are not ready to take those jobs and they're not healthy, how are we going to benefit? We're not going to benefit unless we take these steps to actually help ourselves. And once we have that, then we're able to truly benefit in terms of, like every other person in the Americas, in terms of all these activities, resource development activities within our region. And that's our goal, is that every single one of your community members could actually benefit in terms of not only employment, but in terms of living a good life and so forth, long life. And that's exactly what we're trying to achieve, that we had, but we lost through residential school. So that's more or less in terms of, with Anita and Lana, with their work, it's more or less verifying that yes, this technique can work and it will work. And once we have it, once we have the documentation that it works, then we're able to, we have a plan. We have a plan of moving forward. And this plan here hasn't really been tried anywhere else. I'll continue, sorry about that.
Well, we've included these diagrams here just to demonstrate what Dave is also talking about, right? So there's some, when we look at what the root causes of things are, and the dominant Western system is always blaming us, like individuals as people, saying, oh, well, you're poor because of its poor choices you've made. That's not actually true. That's just the narrative. What's really happening is it is all linked to trauma, and we have a lot of research that demonstrates that link. And so this is some of the new research. You can see 2021, it's the social determinants of Indigenous people's health. And so these are specific models that are being designed by Indigenous people for Indigenous people. And you can see there at the root of the tree, colonial ideologies, colonial governance, and Indigenous self-determination. These are root determinants of why Indigenous people are experiencing problems. It's not poor decision making. It's not things that individual people are doing. It is trauma that is being passed from generation to generation, but it can stop. And there are therapeutic techniques like mindfulness, and the next slide is going to talk about the benefits or efficacy of those, of mindfulness. So basically, Dave, I won't spend too much time on this slide. Dave has already kind of talked what mindfulness is. It's actually a very simple. We often talk about it, we reference it in terms of mindfulness meditation. That's just one tool that you can use to attain emotional regulation. So that exercise that you just did was really to center and calm you. And it's actually to relax your vagus nerve, if you want to get all actually trauma is it elevates our reactivity in our brain. And we have three different components of our brain. We have this reptilian brain, which is the first part of the brain that develops when we're in the womb. And it is our survival brain. And it's the first thing, keeps us breathing. So if you're being attacked by a bear, it's the part of your brain that's going to say, this is not the time for higher thinking function. You need to run away quickly, right? So that's that's our brain that will tell us, get out of here fast, and then we do. But the problem is that brain doesn't allow you to have higher thinking functions like major decisions in your life. So this is part of the problem. If we only leave that brain active, and that's the only part of your brain that's really strongly active when these stress hormones are circulating. So when we're under stress, when we have trauma, when we are thinking about trauma that happened in the past, Our brain does not know the difference, and it sends messages to our body to release those stress hormones that basically get us running, get us moving out of danger. So our body, our mind is telling our body that we're in danger when we're not in danger, and that's causing disease. It's causing us problems with thinking, making decisions, things like procrastination. If you're a procrastinator, everyone put up your hand if you're a procrastinator, I'm up there. That, it's not your fault, all right? It's your reptilian brain taking over. And so you can stop it with these exercises. These are very simple therapeutic techniques that are highly effective. So mindfulness is the state that KKETS is talking about in terms of the program. It's a state of awareness. Meditation is one of the tools. It's a very cost-effective tool. It's a very self-sustaining tool. You can do it on your own. It's easy to teach, easy to learn, and you can do it. And it doesn't take that long to achieve results. Okay, should I stop now? Okay, that's one. Okay, so I've been instructed to take 5 minutes in which you can all practice your breathing exercise that you learned, and then we're going to come back and finish our conversation on mindfulness. Miigwech. So this part here is just...
We're just going to take a 10-15 minute breather, and then we'll continue with the... Okay.
Okay. Okay, change of plans if folks, no, we're gonna, okay.
Okay, so we're going to break for 10 minutes, and we will we'll reconvene and hear about the rest of mindfulness and the Kikinomage Kakinjagawan Employment and Training Services Department. Okay, also before everybody runs away, I do have an announcement in regards to some events that are happening tonight. So at 6:30 to 10, there's a pool tournament for AGM delegates only. There'll be food, there'll be prizes. Yeah, and the sign up is just beyond the doors here by the kitchen with the Darius Shabagabo. He'll take your name down for that. And he also has a sign up for golf as well. Miigwech. That was... That was a little much. No. Well, and the other thing too is we took out this one that they really needed. This one. Yeah, so do you. So we're going to reconvene with the last bit of the presentation with, sorry. Where's this? With Dr. Valancourt and Dr. Ray, Alana Ray. And then thereafter, the rest of the KCETS presentation will resume thereafter for all the departments within KCETS. Okay? Okay. Miigwech.
Hello, everybody. We only have a few minutes left, so miigwech, chi miigwech, Marcy Cho for your patience and interest. So, just so you know, we wanted to tell you that mindfulness is very well researched. It's been around in the West for 30-some, more than that even, in the 60s when John Kabat-Zinn introduced it. But it's become really popular now, and so we have a lot of research that tells us that this is actually very, very effective. And so what you can see here on the slide is that mindfulness helps with anxiety, it helps with substance abuse, it helps with eating disorders, chronic pain. All of these are stress responses. Also immune function. Often, when we're stressed out, we get sick really easily. It's because of the stress hormones in our bodies that is actually impacting our immune system. So what mindfulness does is it helps us learn to relax and help our brain understand that there is not an emergency.
Can I hold you for a second? Can we be mindful and be respectful and be quiet, please? Thank you.
Miigwech. So we were just saying here of all the benefits of mindfulness that research is telling us there are many, many studies now done on mindfulness. So it's not some hippy-dippy thing that we often associated with many, many years ago. It is actually very much mainstream, and we are seeing very, very effective results from mindfulness. And so that's what this slide is telling us. The other piece that we mentioned is a framework that we're using as part of the research. And this is developed by Dr. Michael Yellowbird, and he has essentially connected the fact that colonialism is changing the way we think. It's changing these neural pathways in our brain so that we end up thinking very negative things about ourselves, and we convince ourselves that we can't do something, for example, and then we don't live up to our potential. These are changes that occur in our mind as a result of stress and trauma. Again, these are things, as he's learning in his research, that mindfulness can actually reverse the impacts of these things.
So just to speak a bit about the project with KCETS. So KCETS is currently running a mindfulness program, and what myself and Anita are doing along with one of our PhD students, Alicia Benson, is essentially building a program evaluation framework and then implementing that to evaluate the mindfulness program. So with the first two cohorts of the program, what we're doing, we're talking to program staff alongside looking at the very fulsome literature base that exists, as well as talking to students from the first two cohorts of the program. So all of that is being used to develop the evaluation framework. And so we want to ensure that, because, as it was mentioned, this is still an innovative approach to thinking about employment and training, and especially doing that within a First Nations context. So there's not a lot to draw from in terms of other projects. So KCETS, when David mentioned, I started using the word innovation, but it really is what it is. So we don't expect things to be perfect from the first two cohorts, and in fact, that's part of the approach, to actually see what's working, what's not, be able to see if there's any changes or other aspects that have to be implemented. Maybe that's changing the duration of the program, or it could be something else. And then from there, we'll do a more fulsome evaluation because this program will be running on an ongoing basis. So through this summer, we'll develop an evaluation framework, and we really want to so both me and Anita, we're involved with the Anishinaabe-Kandasawin Institute. So we only engage in types of research that support wise practices in Indigenous research, including ensuring there's ownership, control, access, and possession, and that information and research is actually going to be relevant and useful. So this first phase is really getting that framework in place, also doing some broader engagement to ensure that, this actually makes sense for the communities that KCAT serves. And then once we have that in place, we'll refine everything that we'll be working with, and then we'll actually use that framework to apply to subsequent cohorts as well. And just maybe the last thing to note, this project also relates to the other work that KCATS is doing, including some broader work in thinking about quality of life indicators. And so as Dave had indicated, right, we see examples like in Atawapiskat where we see sometimes resource development, and the way that it gets implemented, it may not actually be to the benefit of community. And based off, though, the parameters and how people are defining success, in certain terms, some people could see it that way. So part of the broader work, which the Mindfulness Project and other projects like the Food Security and Nutrition North Work and the Mijim Workers and all of those programs, Discovery House is feeding into is, what do our indicators look like for Minobamajisawin or for quality of life? So same thing, we could draw from and look at what's happening in other nations. So for example, in Thailand, they have an institute doing some really amazing work where they actually center happiness as a main quality of life indicator and look at various aspects of what that looks like. So doing some work here of what does that really mean? And there's some work by Brenda Parley. She's a researcher from out west, and she talks about this idea of the resource curse as well. And part of this work was done internationally, but she applied it to a Canadian context. And what she was seeing is that areas that actually had a lot of resource development, because of the way that it was being implemented and went about, it actually caused detriment to communities. So where you would expect maybe people with a lot of resources to be seeing, a lot of good quality of life, she was actually seeing the opposite. So really in ensuring having these quality of life indicators in place that are relevant and that derive from First Nations context to be able to measure and understand implementation of employment and training, but also some broader context pieces and initiatives and projects as well. So I'm just going to see if Anita or Dave have anything else to add.
Miigwech, for all of your time today and listening to us.
Miigwech.
I'd just like to invite Tracy Willoughby, Roxanne Shepwick-Kizik, and Una Petton to continue in terms of their presentations and KCATS. And I really do want to thank you from the deepest part of my heart in terms of all the great and wonderful work you're doing with us with KCATS. It's going to go a very long way, and I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
The Anishinaabe Mijim program, which is the Harvester Support Program for KCATS. So we had an expansion to the program from the Nutrition North Canada. It was aimed at increasing community members' access to food security.
The program is working to support the enhancement of local community food system, restore cultural tradition, increase access to traditional food and knowledge in the 5 remote First Nation Matawa communities. So the Harvesters program will continue to support partnerships with northern and isolated communities, major food banks, charities, as well as continue to strengthen food security and partnerships between isolated communities, food banks, and other charitable organizations. Mark an important step towards seeding food sovereignty and reducing food insecurity in the north. So the highlights so far, we were able to secure the funding through Food Banks Canada for order of food distribution to include the road access communities. So we've had food distribution to Webequie, Nibinamik, Martin Falls, and the Skandaga. We've also had Constance Lake and Ganogami. We've been setting up freezers and shelves for Martin Falls First Nation to help with the setup with the store. Partnership development, we successively developed food partnerships with Food Banks Canada, Feeds Ontario, Breakfast Club Canada, Sovereign Seeds, Second Harvest, and RAFDA to support more food security initiatives in the community, as well as training opportunities. Harvesting equipment was sent to the communities, including fuel, ammunition, boats, fishing and harvesting equipment, prospector tents, 2C cans. More will be sent. We're aiming at having 2C cans per community. The challenges that we have is the high cost of airplane charters for food distribution. Sometimes it's slow ordering and logistics of food distribution suppliers. Establishing relationship with clients that we're buying equipment with, that's sometimes a challenge, and that's due to COVID and the long time it takes for them to produce the equipment that we're asking for. Identifying food storage facilities in Thunder Bay and in the communities. Our aim is to have food storage facilities in each of the remote communities to store their food. So the opportunities we've had is harvesting equipment is being sent to the communities. We're developing a partnership with Breakfast Club Canada to help give me a second. My lips are sticking to my teeth. Anyways, Breakfast Club Canada to help facilitate and bring nutritious breakfast to the community school programs. We're consulting with Cisco Food to set up a supply chain for groceries and other food-related resources. We're currently going to be having a wild game kitchen to be developed in the Keketsagoma Street location, so we can do wild game, I guess, cutting and stuff, training sessions. Our goal is to have food in 2 months. We're hoping to have some gardens in interested communities, even just like individuals who want to have gardens in their backyards. And we want to identify solutions to increase community members' access to lower cost food supply. So our motto is water is life, to give food is to give life. So in February 23, we got Nutrition North invested $4.5 million to enhance the MAM program through KCATS. The funding runs over 18 months to 2024. Each community has a medium worker, and they've been provided a budget for the community harvesting activities and land-based programming, as well as we do a lot of purchasing from the rest of the budget. Funding is targeted towards food storage facilities in the communities, as well as purchasing boats, yurts, harvesting supplies, ammunition, skidoos, ATV, etc., and training that the community wants to identify. And just wanted to show you a couple of pictures of some of the food distribution. Webequie and Niskandaga, when the food got community, they were sorting the food and giving out to members.
Thank you, Tracy.
Check one. Okay. Hello, my name is Roxanne Chapway-Kizik. I've been the ISIS manager for almost just a year now, actually. Happy to be here. First time in this community. It's beautiful, as are all the others, so thank you for having us. So the ISETS program is one of 22 holders of the ISETA agreement in Ontario. We are now in the 5th year of a 10-year agreement with the government. Our main goal is to help close the employment and earning gaps between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people with a focus on training in higher quality, better paying jobs rather than rapid reemployment. As well, we assist our clients to gain greater skills and find jobs that will support their long-term career success. Basically, we do this by developing employment skills, pursuing training for employment, long-term careers, and by recognizing unique needs to help close the gap with Indigenous and non-Indigenous people, to give them a step up and to remove the employment barriers they may come across when trying to find new or better employment. So we provide support to Matawa members. We have the agreement is with 8 communities except Long Lake 58. They have a separate agreement with the government. Or take them wherever they find themselves in their careers. We provide training initiatives for individuals who are unemployed or underemployed, and we help them with capacity building to reinforce their skills into the labor market. We also do staff development and training to help benefit the staff and keep retention numbers high. We have employment community coordinators in each of the communities, and we bring them in at least once a year for training and to bring all the staff together, because we do have staff in the remote communities and not necessarily in Thunder Bay. So we address employment barriers such as lack of education, lack of skills, lack of mobility to get to an employment opportunity, and also pre-employment supports to assist clients when going into a new career or a new job. We also have had a big push to keep our database as accurate as possible, to reflect the work that we've done over the last year especially, which is super important, especially because we use that database to report our numbers to the government. This is a recent graduate of a heavy equipment operator program. She accessed our individual training program. So she had 2 young children. We were able to provide childcare for her. We were able to purchase her PPE, so work boots, vest, gloves, hat. We paid her tuition to First Nation Safety Training Program. We provide a training allowance for every successful class she attended. In this case, she was amazing. She had near perfect attendance, and she's a raging success. She's now employed at LTL Construction. So during the 2022-2023 fiscal year, we entered a total of 239 clients with interventions into the database. And an intervention is basically a service that we provide to them, which includes employment counseling, PPE, mobility, etc. So these 239 interventions are reflections of the kinds of supports that we gave throughout the year. And 239 clients is more than a 200% increase from 2021-2022. The types of service we offer include employment counseling. That's, doing resume workshops, cover letter workshops. We recently just did a job interview workshop with a young fella who was nervous about going into his interview. So job starts, pre-employment support, again, that's equipment, or sometimes they need certain tools to start the job, and especially in the trades. PPE, safety equipment is always needed. The individual training programs, that's if they want to go into heavy equipment operator, bus driver, AZ, DZ. We've any support for clients who are ready to enter the workforce. Mobility supports are for people who are starting a new job, but it's in a different place, so they need assistance to get from point A to point B so they can start work. And wage subsidies and job creations. Wage subsidies and job creations are a support that we give to employers who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford to hire a Matawa client, and it gives the client an opportunity to gain employable skills. Oftentimes this is in the communities themselves. This last year we partnered with the apprenticeship program to give them more wraparound supports. So apprenticeship would pay for tuition and the Red Seal exams and certification, while we in turn would assist them with training allowance and or PPE or whatever else they needed that wasn't covered under the apprenticeship agreement. So the students we put through last year included programs such as heavy equipment operator. We had surface miner training, AZ, BZ, DZ driver training, driving instructor training, chainsaw instructor training, chainsaw brushsaw training, security guard, working at heights, first aid, WMIS, electrician program, equipment technician programs, welding programs, cook training, and millwright training. Basically, we focused on the trades, and we assisted these clients in going through those programs successfully. We provided wage subsidies in areas such as plumbing and electrician companies, as well as the Regional Multicultural Youth Center, which trains their students for the workforce and green forest management. We also had in-community training programs that were hosted by the ECCs, and they put on first aid, firearms, carpentry training, and chainsaw training. Our job creations included work jobs such as receptionists, housing clerks, maintenance workers, youth patrol, education office workers, store clerks, OW assistants, and admin assistants. So these job creations, they can run from April 1st to March 31st, and they're based on minimum wage payment, reimbursement styles. And so ECCs often put those in their communities as well. So some of our challenges included some staff turnover, which means, you have to retrain new people. You lose wisdom that had been accrued over the years from, older staff. So they have to be retrained and recertified in getting their EI designation, which is a government level security checks where you have to get like your fingerprints, and it's quite a bit of work to start somebody up again. Financial department procedures, we just went through a bunch of changes, so we have to retrain them in how to process everything correctly. We introduced new accounting software. So last year, everyone was being retrained on everything. New codes for our department, expenditures, new timesheet software. It's all nice and smooth now, but it was tough at first. So we moved our offices, I think 3 times now. So all the staff have been getting shuffled around quite a bit. And then the ISS department, we suffered a lot of damage through floods, actually, that happened in our office this winter. 2 floods within 2 weeks of each other. So there was quite a bit of file damage. We had worked through that, but it did set us back. And we work in the Matawa Wellness building, so it's under construction, and we often work through heavy loud noises all day long. There's also a larger need by the clientele themselves, so with the higher cost of living, that hasn't been reflected yet in the ISIS policy, so we are getting feedback from clients that, we're not meeting their needs, so that was new for us this year. And then of course, staff have been moving around. So we need to I cannot read that. Oh, so our opportunities, what we're working on in the future. So we definitely would like to start developing our orientation package for the clients. Some clients come into the city from the communities and they're not prepared for, the cost of living in the city or what's expected of them during the training. So we want to give them as much information up front, and we're working with the staff and clients to put something together for them. We'd like to follow up with our students after graduation. We don't want to leave any client behind. We're working to keep our follow-up procedures, make sure that they're successful, make sure they're finding employment. That's a big one for us. And then, of course, we started using our ARMS database very, more aggressively last year, but we want to continue that, get more points. The more points we get that we report to the government, the more work they see we're doing, the more eligible we become for future funding opportunities. And then, of course, as I mentioned earlier, we need to review the ISETS policy manual, and hopefully we'll do that in the fall and start to stay up with the pace of inflation, et cetera, so students aren't feeling pressured by the cost of living, et cetera. So follow-up policy, we need to, we're really trying to partner with agencies and get them employed with our newly graduated clients. So we're working on a sort of a job bank database with people who have employable skills and with agencies who are looking for people who are employable. So that's a big push for us, especially with the Indigenous Employment Wellness Counselor position. And of course, we have a team of people working on a database to connect those two, to make it quicker and easier for clients and employers to reach each other. We'll, of course, continue doing our community visits for outreach and recruitment and information sharing. Some people might not know or understand how ISETS works. And then new this year, we've entered into a agreement with the Indigenous Labor Market Information Survey, and we're going to be rolling that out very soon. It expires March 2024, and this will provide information on job skills that are in the community themselves, job trends, and labor market research. Also, we will be giving away a lot of prizes, so just keep your eyes and ears open, because we'll roll it out, and anybody who's a Matawa member is qualified to do the survey. Do you want me to do this one? Okay, so the other issue that we're hoping to resolve this year was the taking a page from other ISETA holders and there's sort of, it's first come, first serve, but with this resolution, communities would have up to 4 months to access their funding dollars, and funding dollars that they can access is based on the population of each community on and off.
What we're looking to do very specifically in terms of identifying the populations from each one of our communities is actually going door to door and actually finding how many people live in each house, because right now, in terms of, we got 2 data sources, and that both of them, we know that they don't truly reflect in terms of the populations of our communities, and we need that in order to set up policies so that we're able to kind of further enhance our delivery to each one of the communities. And once we have that, then we'll be looking to the chiefs as well as the board of directors in terms of how do you want to spend your own money, like in terms of, do you want like 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and so forth, to have an opportunity to get your own dollars, and then what do you want to do after that? Do you want to do it as a carry forward or so forth? But the first base in terms of getting us started with this is actually identifying the true numbers in each one of our communities.
Hello. Okay, yeah. So we're working on that, and we're hoping to implement it sooner than later. So the Thunder Bay staff includes myself. We have the Employment Community Coordinator, Program Officer, Bentley Chichu. We have Angela Sophia, who's new intake and referral, and then we're actively hiring for the Indigenous Employment Wellness Counselor. And then our in-community staff, our ECCs for Aroland, Robinson Mashaki, Constance Lake is Stephen Peltonen, Fort Hope, Edmonton is Ricky Ostamus, Ginugaming is Jesse Wabus, Martin Falls is Chris Munoz, Nescandiga is currently vacant, but we're in the hiring process. And Webekwe, Mariah Wabas is Nabinamik, and Travis Spence is back from Webekwe. And that's just a couple of our training partners. There's others like Northern College and etc. But yeah, that's it for me.
Okay.
Dive right in.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. What's that? My name is Una Petton. I'm the manager for the KCAT Settled Education Program. I've been with Matawa in this department with KCAT since August of 2012, since the pilot year. So for this program, our key priority is to help Matawa members achieve their Ontario Secondary School Diploma. And the purpose of the program is to develop a highly skilled workforce in the North which meets the current and projected labor market demands through education, life skills, and employment readiness. Right now, we're in the middle of our 3-year agreement, which ends November 30th, 2024. And the key initiative of the program in helping the members achieve their Ontario Secondary School Diploma, KCAT's back in, I believe it was March of 2018, when we had the Chiefs meeting, met with the Chiefs, then we expanded the entrance into the program to include 25% or not more than 25% of participants from outside of the Matawa communities. So we do accept students from other remote NAN communities. The program, we continue to deliver it using the hybrid model, which we started during COVID, and that's where we have in-class instruction as well as online instruction for the compulsory, non-compulsory academic credits, along with, we also offer the basic industrial certifications, like such as first aid, do is for life skills and transition and social sports and career exploration. So like with that, we try to bring in a couple of times a month. We bring in people that, you know, work in careers that are of interest to our students. So like last year, you know, we had a nurse, we had an accountant, different people that were, they come in and talk about like their journey and how what they needed to get there. So we do that. As well, we do a lot of extracurricular activities in the evenings, bowling, swimming, movie nights. We've purchased gym memberships for our students just to try to keep them busy. We have been since 2012, but this is for the past 7 years. To date, there's over 500 graduates, but this chart's just, I'm just showing you a picture of it from the last 7 years from each of the communities. Yeah. So I guess for us, like the challenges, and we're hoping like those are going to be a little bit easier in the communities. I know Dave spoke earlier about the centers that are coming to each of the communities, so it gives a place for our online students to go. Online learning, it certainly has its own challenges. You know, if anyone's ever done it and you're trying to, you know, focus on your class and your kids are at home or other people that live in the house or just even commitments in your household, and it's easily distracting. So even if they are learning from the community, if they have, once they have that space to go to, I think that we're going to see more success there. We've certainly had some students that have been very successful with the online learning, but it is a challenge. The other thing that we do have coming up, and I'll show some pictures of that towards the end of my slide, is in our new Matawa Training and Wellness Center, we have 21 units that will be available for our start in September 6th, our next big start. And so we'll have a space for them to come to Thunder Bay, because that's one of the biggest challenges ever since the day one starting, is that we have no place for them to live. We've used hotel rooms. At one time we used the college residence for several years, but anyways, now we're going to have our own space for that. For our students that are online, we do provide them with internet support. All of our students receive a daily training allowance. That's $50 a day, and that's attendance based and progress based. And it's also 100% exempt from OW and ODSP, so it doesn't affect their other source of income. While our students are attending in Thunder Bay, we do have an on-site kitchen, so they are able to make themselves. We always have fresh fruit, fresh food is available. Even our students sometimes will prepare meals for their peers. Staff has also cooked, and monthly we have Roots to Harvest come into our school, and they work with our students on budgeting and planning a meal and preparing it. The other supports that we provide is for our students is bus passes. That's something that they can get from OW, but if they're not on OW or ODSP, then we provide them with bus passes as well. We provide childcare, and we provide childcare for students that are online as well. So if they do have children at home and they have somebody that can help, like, you know, entertain the kids or take them while they're online, then that's something that we provide as well. This year particularly has been not as successful as other years. We may see 25 to 30 graduates this year. Again, like always, the leading cause of that is like addictions and the mental health of students, and I know they elaborated greatly earlier about the mindfulness and, you know, the triggers of trauma. We also, I think, for like the first time, have noticed a significant amount of our students who only had like just a couple of credits to go. They left so that they can go to employment. As everybody talked about, there's a lot of jobs out there right now. Not everyone's able to fill the jobs, and we've certainly seen that this year, where we've had students that were very close to finishing and they chose to leave to go to services that we offer on site, but that in itself can be really challenging, because we can't give them to the supports if we can't get them through the door. So that's been our ongoing challenge. And then the other one is, like, once our students are done, and I know Roxanne had spoke about that, the importance for us to get our numbers and like to be able to report on them. So we always do a follow-up with our graduates 1, 3, and 6 months, just to see what they're doing after they're done. So, like, you know, did they continue on with training? Did they go to post-secondary? Did they go to work? You know, we've introduced like an incentive, like the survey's short, like it takes just only a couple of minutes to complete, but like, you know, completing it, we can issue them a gift card for Tim Hortons or wherever, just something, an incentive to get them to do the survey. So that's been really hard to collect, that statistical data that we really need. progress. We were averaging 60, 65 graduates a year. And like I mentioned earlier, we have the construction of the 21 transitional units, and we're really hoping that's going to address like those needs of our students that don't have a place to live when they come to Thunder Bay, and then or a safe place to live. So I do have some photos. These are just about finished. The wardrobes need to be built, but this gives you an idea of what the rooms look like in the new center. Again, not quite finished and set up, but gives you a little bit of an idea. There's also this, for them residing there, is in the far left is going to be like the kitchenette, so that'll have some microwaves, a dishwasher, stove, fridge in there, everything that they would need. And then kind of blocking it there is like it's just an area that they can go and do homework and whatnot. And then those are just some kitchen tables. But it's a very, you would, by the looks of the building on the outside, you wouldn't think this is what it looks like on the inside. So it's deceiving, but it's very nice. It's coming along nicely. And I forgot to mention it in here, but so the graduation coming up is September 12th. It's going to be held at the Da Vinci Center in Thunder Bay. And, No, September 12th. I'm arguing with him. Okay, and I'm told to wrap up, so I'm done. Thanks. See, I knew I was right. I'm always right.
She's always right. Yeah. We're going to have David Paul for a few seconds here. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, that kind of wraps up the reporting of the programs. Before we get into the financials, I just want to say, Kichimigas to all the managers and their staff that reported. Certainly, there's been a lot of work and hopefully in a lot of areas, and I'm very hopeful. We will see a lot of substance that will come out to your communities. For example, when you look at the broadband project, the fiber, there's going to be a lot of these programs that education, training, and social health is going to be impacted in terms of how we're going to be delivering these programs. So it's going to be more usage of technology, and we hope to have that up and running as per a report in a year from now, which is going to be really great for the communities. So again, I want to thank all the managers, the staff, for their reports, and I really appreciate the delegates, for listening in. But if you have any questions to each of them, like they're going to be here in the next 3 days, so at least the managers, and then you can ask them if you have any particular concerns about your community. They are available. But I'll leave it up to the chair how we're going to move from here.
Thank you, Dave. On tab 3, we're doing resolutions number 5. Resolution number 5, acceptance of reports. Be it resolved that the delegates of the 35th Annual General Meeting of Matawa First Nations management hereby accept in principle the 2022-2023 written annual reports of Matawa First Nations management or Rivers Management Environmental Services Group, Gathering of Rivers for Community Care, Matawa Nonprofit Housing Corporation, Matawa First Nations Property Inc., Matawa Health Cooperative. Can I have a mover, please? Howard Mashaki. A seconder, please. Robinson Mashaki. Seconded by Lisa Eacham, New Gaming First Nation. Are there any abstentions? I see none. Motion's carried.
Okay, so we're taking a look at the next resolution, number 6, resolution 2023, number 06, acceptance of the reports. Be it resolved that the delegates of the 35th Annual General Meeting of Matawa First Nations Management hereby accepts in principle the 2022-2023 written annual reports for Kikinomage, Kikenjagawa Employment and Training Services, Adult Learning Literacy and Essential Skills Program, Harvesters Support Grant, Indigenous Skills and Employment Training, KCAT's Adult Education Program, Apprenticeship Program, Discovery House, and Research and Development. Moved by Roy Spence. Yeah?
Rob Muniz.
Oh, I seen Roy put up his hand. Sorry, Rob. So Rob Muniz. And then do we have a seconder?
Sorry, just to clarify for the room there, who was the mover on that last resolution?
The last one was moved by,
The one we're on, the one that's on the table right now? Thank you.
oh, the one,
Oh, you moved it first. Rob Muniz moved it first.
Thank you.
I had, yeah, you did. I saw Roy's hand go up, so I didn't know.
Seconded by, please.
We need a seconder. There we go, Dorothy Tweedo, Chief Dorothy Tweedo of Airland First Nation. Any abstentions? Okay, resolution motion carried. Miigwech.
And lastly, we're going to have the financial audit report. Neil Miller, table's yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks you to everyone for inviting me here this afternoon. I guess I can say I've got some sad news and some good news. So the sad news is we won't have audited financial statements for presentation this afternoon, but the good news is that we're expecting when they are finalized that we will have good operating results and a positive cash flow and positive operating surplus for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2023. So I'll begin this afternoon with the presentation of the Finance Department. And I understand in your packages for the annual report, first year that we have done this, that the Finance Department actually has a couple pages in there, a detailed report of what the Finance Department does and who it's composed of. We have 15 full-time and part-time members of the finance group. So we'll go through the slides and I'll embellish as we go along here. And I guess there's a reason that they always put the finance report at the last, and I guess it's because it's the most exciting, gets everybody ramped up for dinner and everything else. So I promise not to disappoint. Okay, next slide, please. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Anything more than a calculator is beyond me. So anyway, the Finance Department again provides financial administrative support services to the Chiefs, Board of Directors, the CEO, and the program managers of Matawa First Nations Management. We're responsible for regular financial and compliance reporting, both monthly and annually, and proper maintenance of all financial activities for Matawa First Nations Management and its related entities. And there's a lot. Sorry for the small print, but Matawa keeps growing. So right now we have a total of 11 separate entities, all separately incorporated. Out of that group, we have 5 for-profit enterprises, two registered charities. The second one should be achieving the dream through education, not thought education. I don't want to read too much into that, so sorry about that typo. Again, spell check's not going to correct that. So we have Matawa First Nations Management, which is a separate entity, and when we talk about management, especially in our department, it includes all of the Matawa associated entities. So there's just a few of them. Matawa First Nations Management, you've heard separate reports from Education, Awashishi Wichihi Waywin, the Social Services Group, and the broadband, the actual construction phase, is all included in just that first corporation, Matawa First Nations Management. So they're all divisions and part of management. The other ones are separate entities. When the financial statements are prepared, they combine all the operating results and financial position of all of these entities. So just very quickly, Matawa First Nations Management, we follow the accounting policies prescribed for non-profit organizations. That's the whole umbrella, even though we have some for-profit corporations. The financial statements themselves will explain that. Again, for accounting purposes, I've pretty much gone through that. The financial activities of all the organizations controlled or influenced by Matawa are consolidated, even though each entity or each organization is a separate legal entity. Some of the corporations charge other corporations for revenue, and so it's an expense of theirs. So, as I mentioned, unfortunately, we do not have completed audited financial statements. I feel alone up here this time because usually to my left is sitting the audit partner of M&P, which is Matawa's auditors. Since there is no audit report available at this time, I will just go through just a preliminary review, and these are preliminary drafts as of July 17th. Reasons for the audit not being complete are numerous. We've had a transition of our accounting and payroll systems during this last fiscal year. It began on April 1st, 2022, and it's about an 18-month process especially with the growth of Matawa over the last number of years. I'll show some other numbers in a few minutes and as to the growth, to explain the growth of Matawa. So the transition of those accounting systems, some staffing shortages, I've heard that from other department managers as well. We're in the process, we've just hired recently a couple of accounting people for finance officers in accounting positions, so that will help us for next year. The transition of the accounting systems is to try and improve all reporting internally and externally, so that again we'll be better able to meet the needs of all the department managers and as the needs of the department managers, but then also to accommodate just the sheer growth and activity of Matawa over the years. Our payroll and benefits officer just finished 3 years with Matawa. At that 3 years ago, Matawa had 100 employees. We're now over 330 plus employees, and that does not include, say, even the KCETS component. So just the Matawa entities and most of its related corporations are part of are part of, again, the staff complement that we have here. So just some of the numbers you can see there. So these are preliminary figures, again, haven't been audited yet, but you can see how the assets have grown from 108 million to 122 million. Those assets are comprised of three or four major projects that we have: the education center on Lily Street, the broadband project. In total, it's about 130 million plus. That will be after completion. And the training and wellness center that lots of you have heard about as well, are the latest project that we have ongoing under construction. It's a retrofit of a building we bought several years ago. The total combined capital of those three projects alone, when they're all finished, will be over $200 million again. So these are assets that technically are owned by Matawa, but are for, again, the benefit of the Matawa communities and its members. The statement of operations, while the consolidated statement of operations is not yet available, again, there's 11 separate entities. A few of them are completed already, but when we combine all of the financial statements into one, which is what is presented at the AGM, all 11 have to be completed and totally integrated into one set of financial statements. So that's again the reason for the delay this year, is just again the volume and amount of activity that's going on. The good news here again is that we are anticipating an overall operating surplus situation. Last year, I think the operating surplus was around $1.2 million. Can't promise that it'll be the same for this year, but we're definitely projecting a surplus for this year. And as well, just to get back to the audit opinion, based on the amount of work that's been done so far in discussions with the auditors, we're anticipating a clean or an unqualified opinion for this fiscal year ended March 31st, 2023 as well. So that's the highest standard that we can get. It's just taking us a little bit longer to get to it. And in terms of some of the activity, the total gross revenue for the Matawa consolidated group for this past year was over $69 million. And our payroll exceeds $27 million. And a lot of those employees are Matawa members, so at this time, and I think you've heard of some of the other department managers discussing staff shortage and that, I'd like to make a plug that you check Matawa's website. I think there are a number of positions. It seems like there's 20 or 30 positions always open at Matawa. The department managers for Matawa do a great job in selling their services to the funders, but it's very difficult to get qualified candidates in that to come to work for Matawa. I think all Matawa employees, appreciate it. It's a great place to work, and there's a lot of entry-level positions, especially even in my department, in the finance department. A lot of people have started at the receptionist position, a very, very important position in the organization, because sometimes it's the first point of contact for somebody trying to get a hold of Matawa, is go through reception. And we've had very, very many people that have started at the reception positions and have gone on to positions in finance, into other positions and departments within Matawa. So I'd just like to make that plug now, that great place to work and lots of opportunity, and the future is very, very bright given the amount of activity that we have going on there. So the future operations, where are we heading? Consolidated financial budget for 2024 could be in excess of $100 million due to the education center renovations, continuation of broadband, so now that's both phase 1 and phase 2 has started as well, and in continuing construction of the Matawa Training and Wellness Center. That's the latest acquisition, and we're up to about $20 to $30 million being spent in that program now, and it'll probably be 40 to 50 when it's completed. Internally, the focus is ensuring that the program operating budgets are set to break even, and through some other things that Matawa is involved in, even though we're break even and even though we're a nonprofit organization, we do manage to come up with the surplus, which is allowable. Nonprofits are able to make surpluses. That's not a problem, and the good thing is we're not taxable. We're in the process of doing budgets and that for 2024. It's a big process. I think we have more than 150 separate operating departments with separate funding agreements. And some specifics in some of the entities, for example, the Matawa property operations, they generate positive cash flow. That's the building that we have the main offices in on Court Street. We have an external tenant in the lower level. They like it where they are, and that brings in new cash into Matawa. And then Matawa nonprofit housing is another a real gem for the Matawa operating group. Right now we have 44 rental housing units. They generate positive cash flow. It's a nonprofit, but we are able to make profits in there. Matawa nonprofit housing is also just in the final stages of completing a 6-unit apartment complex in Thunder Bay. Occupancy scheduled basically any day now, and those are 2-bedroom units. And we've also been negotiating with the City of Thunder Bay and the Thunder Bay District Social Services Administration Board. They've helped us out, Matawa, quite a bit in funding both capital and operating dollars for our housing, for the Training and Wellness Center. And looks like right south of the Training and Wellness Center, there are 61 bedroom housing units that the city is looking to basically pass along to somebody. They came to us and they said if we want them, we can have them, and it won't cost Matawa a penny. We'll get it for nothing. We will get 60 housing units. And the even better part of that is that by negotiations and discussions with the DSAP, we should be, and I believe we are completely able to dedicate all 60 units to Matawa members. So that's, we're in process now of investigating the best way to do that. It's 60 units, it's 4 separate buildings, 3 18-unit buildings and 1 12-unit. 3 16-unit buildings and a 1 12-unit. So we're going to be well positioned. So keep your eyes and ears open for opportunities for people to take up residence in one of Matawa's buildings in this new one that hopefully we'll finalize that transaction within this coming year. Approximately $160 million. And just to wrap it up, that again, Matawa is continuing to explore new ventures, new things come along. It seems like every week we're signing new contribution agreements. So it's very positive. And I understand that there's also a resolution, Mr. Chair, with respect to the delay in the audit and requesting a proposal being put forward to set a later date as yet to be determined for approval, acceptance and approval of the audited consolidated financial statements for 2023. Thanks again for your patience, and hopefully it wasn't too long-winded.
Thank you very much. We did already. On tab 3, on resolution number 7. Auditor's report for the Matawa First Nations management. Whereas the articles of incorporation of Matawa First Nations management require the Matawa First Nations management comply with Section 172 of the Canada Non-for-Profit Corporations Act, which requires the financial statements be placed before members at every annual meeting. And whereas the auditor's report on the consolidated financial statements of Matawa for the year end March 31st, 2023 will not be available for review at the 35th annual general meeting being held in Long Lac 58 First Nation on July 25th, 2023. Therefore, be it resolved that the review and approval of the auditor's report on the consolidated financial statements of Matawa for the year ended March 31st, 2023 be deferred until further notice at a future meeting with a date and time to be determined by the Board of Directors, and hereby authorities the Board of the Directors to work with Matawa administration to expedite the completion of the annual audit. Be it resolved that the delegates of the 35th annual general meeting of the Matawa First Nations management hereby direct the Chief Executive.
So just ask for a mover now. Okay, so just ask for a mover now.
Can I get a mover, please? Chief Desmolin? And can I get a seconder, please? Lisa Egan? Can you hear me? Any abstentions? All in favor? Okay, motion's carried. Is that what we're doing? Yes. We're doing this? Resolution number 8, tender for auditor. Be it resolved that the delegates of the 35th annual general meeting of Matawa First Nations management hereby direct the Chief Executive Officer to invite accounting firms to bid to conduct the corporation's audit for the next 5 years. Can I get a mover, please? Chief Regalan? Seconder? Franco Navigan, Long Lake. Any abstentions? All in favor? Motion carried. And number 9, the acceptance of Niskandaga First Nations to host the 36th annual general meeting. Be it resolved that the delegates of the 35th annual general meeting of Matawa First Nations management designate Niskandaga First Nation as the host community for the 36th annual general meeting on July 30th, August 1st, August 2nd, 2024. Can I get a mover, please? Chief Rick Allen? Seconded by Robinson Mashaki. Are there any abstentions? All in favor? Motion's carried. Miigwech.
The meeting that is supposed to take place after is going to be rescheduled for a time later in October. So in fact, after the drum closes out this AGM, we're done for today. Closing prayers. We're waiting for 2 more resolutions. So the meeting after this is not happening. It's been, okay?
Before we, hello, testing, 1, 2. Before we invite the drum, I'm going to ask an elder to close in prayer. Mr. Jocelyn.
Hello, my name is Jocelyn Benanishan. I'm going to say the prayer to end this meeting today. Dear Lord, thank you for being with us here. You make things easy when you're around here. And we love you very much. I'm glad you are here. Without you, we are nothing. And we had a good time. And words from the people that talk were just right. Understand everything. And but it was kind of hot, but it's okay. Thank you, Lord, for being with us all the time. Niamnik. Shkaki Tuyanogo. Igwach.
Thank you very much. The walking bear, ladies and gentlemen. If we could remain standing.
Thank you very much. Remember where you signed up for this evening's activities. And if there's the draw that's supposed to happen, you can come up here.
Yeah, we're going to have a draw here. Okay, can we have, why don't we ask one of those elders to pull the ticket out there? Ask one of the elders. Okay, so the first one is, you want to take a ticket there, elder? For the community delegates? Okay, if you have a ticket, the number is the red one. Remember the red one? If you have a ticket, if I can see it here, 9355483. Okay, who's got it? Okay, who we got? Okay. Okay, you got one, two. Okay, we're going to do a general draw for, you know, the elder? That's the elder, that pretty woman right there. Yeah. Okay. If you have a blue ticket, blue one. If you have the number ticket 9729162. All right. We have another one? Okay. All right, we're going to have some more here. Maybe have one elder pick out a name. Okay. If we have anybody here by name of Vicky Moss. Vicky. Oh, there she is. Wow, she got a nice turquoise earrings. Okay. We got an extra. Okay, we got one more here. Linda Lagarde. Who's Linda? Oh, right over there. We got one more. Then we're going to have our supper, which is ready, by the way. I don't know if anybody's hungry yet. Eh? Yeah. So if supper is going to be elders first. It's okay. Kati Ostimus. Oh. You didn't spell it right. Ooh, like it's spelled Ussibens. Oh. Really? Who's the Ostimus here? Okay. Okay, she's not here, but she made an effort to put her name down, so we'll give it to her. Okay, supper's ready. Elders first, okay? If you're 65 and older, or even if you feel like a year old, you can go there. Elders first. Okay, that's it for me. See you tomorrow. What time?
8 o'clock breakfast tomorrow morning, same time. At 5:30 after supper, all the chiefs that are here, all you, if you're a representative at the chiefs, you are asked to come to the field out here. Chiefs only, to take a picture by the field right here. So, we'll go back on at the ball field. We'll go back on Sugarhead, Chief Toledo, Chief Taylor, Chief Allen, Chief Bruce, Chief Wabas, Chief Desmolin. At the ball field, they want a picture of all the chiefs that are here.